government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to the idea that Los Angeles and what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. Let's be clear. I hear it all the time. Cumulative deficit, I can play for the programs many times over. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America.
Welcome back to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. I made it. I made it. I didn't think I was going to make it. I seriously thought I was going to be late for my own show. But, all's good. I'm here. And let's going to move on. We got quite a bit of show to actually go through here. What's up, Boomer? Good to see you. Suzanne, glad you're here. Beautiful. How you doing, dear? Lucky Chucky, what is up, brother? Good to see you. Nice and early. It's not like it's really hard to actually come across when stuff gets released. It gets released very quick, and almost everybody has access to it. They're like, oh, here it is. Transcript for Devon Archer's interview. So I know, like I said, it's not that hard to come across. It isn't like, oh my God, it's an exclusive. I got it first. No, I know there's plenty of people that are actually reading through it. I'm not going to actually read through the whole 144 pages. I really don't think making it through the 144 pages is even feasible for anyone to try doing. We will go through some of it. And maybe we'll come back and we'll maybe try completing some more of it some other time. I just don't see anybody really actually sitting down, going through all 144 pages and being like, see what they said here, see what they said there, and actually try doing all that. I just don't see it being something. I do have a lot more on the docket for the night. As you can see, plenty of tabs up at the top. We will actually go through. There's quite a bit of disturbing things that happen. It seems on a daily basis. There's just so many people doing things that they don't necessarily feel that I don't necessarily feel is something that most people should do. I don't really get it. It's really kind of confusing. Before we get going, if you haven't done so already, please hit the like button. Share this out to all those places you like to share things. And be ready. Tomorrow, game night will be over on Shizzy Wiznut's channel. And then on Saturday, for members-only stream, Shizzy Wiznut joins me for a one-on-one conversation. Don't forget to actually join the channel to be able to come around and join that particular show. We will have it open for probably the first 10, 15 minutes, whatever, before we actually close it to members only. Those member only streams will actually be each and every single Saturday. So far, I got 3 weeks scheduled. So I am scheduled up for a little bit. And I have a lot more people in the waiting of seeing if I can actually get them to join me within the next few months. It should be fun. It should be very interesting. Don't forget to hit that join button and join this channel, as well as getting a Discord link. That is also something that I'll try actually producing, is to actually give you some actual members only content. That being said, let's get a move on here. So, breaking. Here's transcript from Devon Archer's interview. The House Oversight Committee just released a full transcript of Devon Archer's testimony that he gave on Monday, and you can see they actually give you a little clip of the 140 pages. It says 141, but the last page is really actually nothing. Archer was Hunter Biden's business partner, had been questioned in Joe Biden's connections of foreign business dealings scandal. Archer revealed that Biden spoke on the speakerphone 20 times in business associates, as we have reported. He also said that Burisma would have gone under the brand that Biden name involvement. My only thought is that I think Burisma would have gone out of business if it had not have been for the brand attached to it. That's my only honest opinion, Archer said in this testimony. So, when he actually comes straight out and gives you what he believes to be true, in his opinion, that the brand would actually be Joe and Hunter Biden, them, together as the Bidens, pushing their brand as being something that everybody should actually, just really be afraid of, be scared that they can actually do some big things. And it's really seriously kind of disturbing to actually think that our head politician in in the United States is actually somebody that is so corrupt that he's willing to actually destroy the United States and burn it down with him. He goes down. He thinks that he's going to take the United States with him. He's greatly mistaken. If he thinks that he can continue to go after the likeness of Donald Trump over and over again, he's going to actually, there's going to be consequences to even trying to do what he's been doing. I do not see a lot of people actually sitting on their ass and just being like, oh, okay, we'll be fine with whoever runs next. No, we won't be fine. We won't be fine. We need to actually remove this man and everything is about. My internet is touchy. You have a huge storm. Oh, Suzanne, that sucks. The capabilities to navigate DC, that they were able to, basically be the news cycle. And I think they preserved them from a longevity standpoint. For him to actually believe that they are the news cycle, that they are the ones that actually are the big contributors to our free speech and what is free speech or what isn't, is really disturbing in itself. I don't believe that Joe Biden should even, or anybody else for that matter, should be able to dictate what my free speech really is. If you're able to actually go along and actually do such a thing, I find it kind of disturbing in itself. What's up, P Beaver? I see you over on that Rumble side. Beautiful's hanging out over there too. Awesome. There you go. There you go. Get that. Don't forget to hit that follow button over there, and then the thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. If you're over on that Rumble side. He continued saying that having the Biden brand attached to the company made people intimidated to mess with them. From a legal standpoint, he also testified that Biden brand referred mostly to Joe Biden because he brought the most value to the brand. Of course, he brought the most value. He's a very, very popular politician that's been around for the best part of 60 years. And when you actually look at who Joe Biden is, where he came from, what kind of laws he's actually established, to see which laws had actually been broken by his one and only son that he loves oh so much, the smartest man that he's ever known, his drug and crime bills from 88 and 94, to watching his son places like Marco Polo actually go ahead and smoke crack, because it makes a lot of sense to go against what daddy went ahead and actually pushed laws for, to actually oppress those not of color, but of poverty. Of poverty. Why? Because of poverty, it was so much easier to actually come along and actually pick up that type of a drug as in crack cocaine. It's really kind of gross and very disturbing. Well, I think there are particular, objectives that Burisma was trying to accomplish, and a lot of it's about opening doors, globally in DC. And I think that, what was this guy really seriously stumbling over his words, it really seriously makes you think that, he's skittish. He's standoffish with a lot of this because he's afraid. He's afraid for that his life is potentially be, looked at as being something that's not as valuable as we would like to think. And for Joe Biden to actually go to the point and intimidate this guy and scare this guy to make him as skittish as he really is, to actually continue to say, there's something that caused this person to actually feel this way. And if they're going to continue to go after him, they actually tried getting him on, throwing him in jail before this hearing, even. To, I would be skittish too. I'd be afraid that they're actually right around the corner and they're just going to come storming through the door and take me away. And I could see why this guy would actually be in that state frame of mind to actually think that could actually be something that would happen. And then obviously having those doors open, sent the right signals, for Brusna to, carry on its business and be successful. For business to carry on to be any type of success is reliant on somebody like Joe Biden giving you $1 billion to actually be able to continue to proceed as a business anyway. What would actually make you think that Joe Biden's going to be the guy that's going to actually be the best for you? And if that's just the beginning of the corruption, how much more did they actually do around the rest of the world? Because we hear an awful lot about Burisma. We hear things about CFC, that Chinese company that they had dealings with. And we've heard about some couple other countries that they may have been dealing with. And what deals that they actually had going on, what kind of energy companies were they dealing with then? Because it seems as though that's what the majority of this is energy companies. Energy companies over and over again for them to actually go after. When we speak of energy and we actually think about all the stuff that has happened within the last couple years of actually watching them destroy paintings because of global warming, because of temperature change, because of or climate change or whatever. When you actually look at it and you actually see what these people have been doing, to see this guy that's actually very, very involved in energy companies, to watch Hunter Biden go ahead and become a quote unquote artist and actually start painting his own. What's up, Keith Gregory? To be painting um, his own paintings and making millions, if not billions, of dollars off of it in himself. Where their ties really are, and if what kind of laundering schemes have they actually been part of? As we know that Ukraine is potentially in itself a laundering scheme, as the monies would come from Ukraine through FTX back into DNC, into Joe Biden's back pocket. It's really seriously kind of scary to believe where these ties actually are and how many ties there actually is. Um, Archer also specified that Hunter Biden would not overtly throw out things his father could do for Burisma. Rather, he would use the brand as a way to get leverage with the company. We'll keep you up to date on this breaking story. So, 141 pages. 141 pages is amazing. Amazing amount of transcript to actually look at. So then, I clicked on it. I clicked on it just to actually go and try reading any of it. And like I said, I don't know if 141 pages worth of transcript is really something that we really seriously want to go through, and how long it would actually take us to go through all of this. I know that there's a couple other people out there that are actually covering this particular topic as well. So it's not something that I'm opposed to. We have what, 5 viewers here, about 4 over on the other side. Anybody that thinks that I should actually go through this, hit me up with like a yes or something. I'll try going through some of it before I get bored with it and try moving on. Otherwise, throw a no at me if you think that I should actually skip on and actually just continue with everything else that I actually have. We'll give you all a few minutes to actually decide on such a thing. If you really want me to try reading through it or not. Yes, if you do. No, if you don't. I'll do a poll, but I don't think it's necessary because I want to see what the Rumble side also has to say about it. Hey, Elephant, how you doing, dear? So like I said, if you want me to actually go through this, go ahead and say yes. If you don't want me to go through it, please say no, and then we'll move on a little bit more through some other stuff. Until I get a yes or no, I'm gonna, like I said, I'll go through a short bit of this. So it says Mr. Mandolfo is a transcribed interview with Devon Archer. Chairman Comer has requested this interview as part of a committee's investigation into Biden family's influence peddling and extensive receipt of money for foreign nationals and foreign companies. Would the witness please state your name for the record? Mr. Archer. Devon Archer. Mr. Mandolfo, on behalf of the Committee of Oversight and Accountability, I want to thank you, Mr. Archer, for your appearing here today. The committee appreciates your willingness to appear here voluntarily. My name is James Mandolfo, and I am General Counsel of Chief of Investigations in the Committee of Oversight and Accountability. I will now ask everyone else in the majority and the minority, including the members, to please introduce ourselves around the table. We can start with the members. You need a reading partner. I don't really need a reading partner. I mean, I've tried to do some of that before, and the only person that I would accept coming in here would be America Shirts at this point. And I really don't know what's going on with him. I haven't heard from him, and it's really starting to upset me because it's somebody that I really do appreciate coming around. And even if he can't make it for a whole night, to actually just come in for even a short bit would actually be something. So it says Mr. Jordan, Mr. Biggs, Mr. Goldman, Mr. Mandolfo, Greenberg, Aborsk, Donlin, Dyer, and Mandolfo. I was just thinking about him the other day. Yeah, exactly. I really seriously concerned for him, and would really like to actually hear from him. What's up, Rabbit? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. As well as other members of Democratic staff that were actually redacted. So this is Mr. Mandolfo. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to go over a few ground rules and guidelines that we will use to follow during the interview, and I previously discussed as a lawyer. First, our questioning today will occur in one round. The majority will ask questions for up to 2 hours. And that's why I'm like, I don't know if I even want to go through this whole transcript. Again, I haven't seen any yeses or nos if you want me to actually go through this or not. What the flock sitting over on the Rumble side. All right, awesome. I'm excited for Saturday. Yeah, me too. Me too. I was thinking about the elusive shirts the other day too. Exactly, exactly. We're all thinking about them and wondering and hoping that everything is a-okay. I haven't heard from anybody even saying that they even heard from them recently. These are accommodations that have made the attorney's request, and they're contingent upon the attorney's representations in committee. Um, You'll be accurate and complete in your testimony here today. We also have additional accommodations at your attorney's request, which is scoping the topics, and we provide our documents in advance of interview. Again, we made these accommodations with the understanding that you would give complete and accurate testimony. Typically, we take a short break at the end of each hour, but if you would like to take a break apart from that, please let us know. As you can see, there's an official reporter taking down everything we say to make a written record. Uh, so we ask that you give verbal responses to all the questions. Do you understand everything so far, Mr. Archer? I do. Mr. Pandolfo, to ensure the court reporter can make a clear record, we will do our best to limit the number of people directing questions at you during any given round. To just those people in the staff whose turn it is. It's also important that we don't talk over one another or interrupt each other if we can help it. And that goes for everybody else who's present in today's interview. We encourage witnesses to appear before the committee to freely consult with counsel if they choose. It's my understanding that you are accompanied by counsel here today. My counsel could please state your name and your law firm for the record. I got to do something quick. I'll be right back. She does this every night. She goes and she turns off the air, which leaves me sitting in this very warm room with no airflow. So I got to go kick on a fan real quick. So then, still haven't seen any yeses or nos on any of that. If anybody's really interested in me actually going through this or not, Beautiful says I say yes. Rabbit says good night. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wore out. I have some 30 mods that are around, and I get it. I understand not everybody likes to actually throw links for other people or actually do any of those kind of types of things. I'd like it if I could actually get somebody to actually step up and actually do that kind of stuff. To throw links for other people, other than just watching chat. That'd be awesome. It would be awesome. I don't know who to actually ask to do such a thing other than just kind of ask in the room to see who's actually willing or able. Got a full tummy now, starting to get sleepy. Yep, see. Space Power Monkey, what's up? Good to see you over on that Rumble side of things. Who's links? I just want to, if there's like random people that come in here, if anybody comes in here, I don't really know. I'm used to actually seeing, people say, hey, don't forget to actually support this, support that, and throwing, like my links up into the chat, because some people don't like to actually look down into the description lines and stuff like that. It's just like those mod things that there's a couple mods in the those top-notch mods that actually do such a thing. I really seriously need to find somebody that's willing to actually watch my shows every single day from beginning to end and do all of that. That's what I'm looking for. Don't cut much. Nobody's gonna cut. Well, I mean, I said mine. I didn't say every other random person out in the world. That's silliness, Ellie. I love you. Thank you for throwing things. Because I know there's people that don't like to go into the description line to actually see that there's a Buy Me a Coffee and there's a PayPal and there's other things that they can actually use to actually support this channel. That's where I'm getting at. So I had one yes. Elise says, I have no idea what's going on. I'm seeing if I should actually go through this transcript or not, in depth, or if I shouldn't, if it's something that's really seriously something y'all want to hear, because I know there's other people that are going to do the same. Yes, those ones. Thank you. That's where my concern is. So I guess I'll continue on. I'll try going through this as much as I possibly can until I get bored. Mr. Schwartz, good morning. Matthew Schwartz and Boyce Schiller Flexner for the witness, and I'm accompanied by my colleague, Mr. Mandolfo. Thank you. Mr. Archer, we want you to answer our questions in the most complete and truthful manner possible. If you have any questions or you don't understand one of our questions, please just let us know and we're happy to repeat the question. Okay. If you honestly don't know the answer to the question, do not remember, it is best not to guess. This is not the place to speculate. We're seeking facts. Please just give us the best recollection, and it's okay to tell us if you learned information from someone else. Just indicate how you came to know this information. If there are things you don't know or can't remember, just say so. Please inform us who, to the best of your knowledge, might be able to provide a more complete answer to the questions. You should also understand that although the interview is not under oath, that by law you're required to answer questions from Congress truthfully. Do you understand that? I do. This also applies to questions posed by congressional staff during interviews. Do you understand that? I do. Witnesses who knowingly provide false testimony could be subject to criminal prosecution or perjury or making false statements. Do you understand? I do. Furthermore, you can't tell half truths or exclude information that would be necessary to make the statements accurate. You're required to provide all information that you would make your response truthful. A deliberate failure to disclose the information can constitute a false statement. Do you understand? I do. Is there any reason you are unable to provide truthful answers to the committee here today? There is not. Additionally, we agreed to 2-hour rounds, but if there are any interruptions or interjections, for instance, the attorney for the majority's time will be paused in the duration of those interruptions, and then we will recommence once the issue has been resolved. Okay. I'd like to give you an opportunity, if you want to make an opening statement. You're not required to make an opening statement, but we give that opportunity to oftentimes. Yes, thank you. So if you would like to, please go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to say, and again, nothing formal, but I'd like to thank obviously the senior officials here. Thanks for joining us. I'm an honor for to be part of this, and I appreciate letting me take the time to do. And only thing I'm going to do is just speak the truth, answer as honestly as as completely as I can, and want to just move through the process. It's been long. It's been a long decade. My 40s have been kind of mired with fighting the government, so I want to cooperate now, be cooperative now, and maybe we can all be friends. So let's take it from there. But I'm an open book, so please let me know what you need to know, and I'll do my best. Thank you. This is the end of the preamble. Is there anything the minority would like to add before we begin? Whoever the minority person is redacted. So straight out redacted right off the bat. Just going to be like, nope, redact that. Be like, oh, okay. Sure. On June 12th, committee Democrats received notice of subpoena by Mr. Archer, setting deposition just 4 days later. And June 16th, just minutes after Chairman Coomer, inside the press release about the subpoena. Since then, committee Democrats have had to learn that Mr. Archer's appearance, mainly the press statements from Chairman Coomer, it leaks to press outlets. On Friday afternoon, just 3 days ago, committee Republicans provided committee Democrats with 6 pages letter from Mr. Archer's counsel that set forth an extensive negotiations and agreements between committee Republicans and witness regarding today's interview. Letter sets out limitations and subjects to be covered, which is set out as 6 pages later in 3 different appendices. It also limits the documents to be used in the transcribed interview to, quote, 24 pages of document, end quote. The Republicans provided an Archer's counsel in June 28th, as well as, quote, highlighted transactions about 260 pages of RSB LLC bank records, end quote, that Republicans sent Archer's counsel on July 11th. Committee Republicans provided committee Democrats with the, quote, 24-page documents last night, Sunday at 6 in the evening, and vast majority of these appear to be emails, which are not part of our committee records previously provided by committee Democrats. Committee Republicans are not provided committee Democrats with the, quote, highlighted transactions on 260 pages of RSB LLC records, bank records. Committee Democrats have excluded all these discussions and negotiations conducted by committee Republicans, and we have not agreed to any of these limitations. We now find ourselves in a transcribed interview with scopes and limits that we know input in, and in an attempt to limit the scope of exhibits and documents handpicked by Republicans, which they failed to provide in advance to Democrats. The obviously very strong concerns in committee Republicans are once again attempting to cherry pick facts, which has been the ongoing issue in this probe. Thank you. We disagree with the substance of what was just provided. The RSB accounts have been subpoenaed and provided to you much earlier. In addition to that, these are scoping that Mr. Archer's attorneys have requested that are reason we come in voluntarily. Now we begin. The time is showing. So you could kind of, tell the difference between a Democrat and a Republican in there. The Republicans are all like, well, we actually gave you this information how long ago, and you're now just us and claiming that it just happened last night. It didn't happen just last night, obviously. They wouldn't have just like, oh, here's a bunch of documents. Hurry up and read them so that you can actually go ahead and talk to this guy tomorrow. That's not how it happened. But Democrats have no reason to actually believe that it happened any other way. And they're going to continue to actually push just that. What about the 24 documents? Excuse me? What about the 24 documents? We picked out the 24 documents. Were they among documents that were in the possession of the committee Democrats? They're documents that are either publicly available or documents that are available through the Hunter Biden laptop. Oh, yes. We're going to now begin. It's 10:30. That's no, though. You didn't have the hard drive that you have, right? The documents are available online. The emails are available online. So your evidence is derived from online sources from a hard drive. Our evidence is from several sources, one of the Hunter Biden laptop, and that's available to Democrats. You have the hard drive, right? It's from a hard drive on the laptop. Yes. We're going to now begin 10. I'm guessing it was like another minute or two later, just because Democrats going to actually throw a fit on the time frame, and they're going to actually be pointing at it, be like, we don't want to be sitting here. We got better things to do. We don't want anything to do with this particular situation. We don't believe that any of the information that's going to come out of these particular people are actually going to be anything of relevance. Can I say one thing first? This Mr. Schwartz. Yes. As both of you have made reference to, we're here today voluntarily in pursuant to a variety of agreements that are reflected in my letter to you. Mr. Mondolfo, on July 24th. I understand that it will be made an exhibit to this interview, and as you say, subject to that scope. Is it Mr. Archer's intention to testify completely and accurately today? I will tell you, however, I received over the weekend correspondence from Mr. Biden's lawyer raising the possibility of Mazars type issues. In the questioning today, you're familiar with those issues. I obviously don't know what questions you are going to ask. It is our intention to answer all the questions. I have the obligation to protect Mr. Archer, though, and so I may, if the questioning seems to stray, ask you to articulate the legislative purpose behind questioning so that Mr. Archer has a predicate for answering those questions in the face of Mazars type of claims that have been raised. And if you need a legislative purpose, I would refer you. The committee has put out extensively our legislative purpose of our bank records memorandum. And so I will rely on that for legislative purpose. It spells it out in great detail. I understand that. This is general proceedings here. As I lay, if the questioning seems to stray, I may interject. Understood. So right now at 10:36, I will begin. So, 6 minutes later, as they're actually trying to progress through this or whatever, they're just arguing with each other. This is all they know how to do is argue with each other because they don't want to actually, half of them don't want to be there and the other half do. So Mr. Mundolfo starts and he says, Mr. Archer, if you could please tell the committee your education background. I attended North Shore Day School in Long Island, Glen Cove. I went to Glenwood Landing Elementary. I went to North Shore High School. I went to Yale University and then started at Citibank and got most of these kind of credit and finance training through Citibank Management Associate Program. And could you give a little bit more detail on what you did at Citibank? I was a management associate of Asia. I was headquartered in Vietnam. I started out with basically a junior position. It is called a management associate. And then I moved into Citicorp Asia Capital Limited, which was at the time kind of Asian. The theater was Asia. Obviously, it was ex-China at the time, Northeast Asia primarily. Hong Kong focused on private equity. How do you come to know Hunter Biden and the Biden family? I came to know Hunter Biden. There's a rumor that we overlapped and met when I was in law school and I was an undergrad, but I just keep reading that, but I don't think that it was the case. I think we met we met in LA. I can't name the year, but the Democratic convention in LA, probably, what was that, 2000? Maybe. You wouldn't know, but some of these guys might. It was I forgot, it was LA, Boston, 2004. So was one of those, it was just a handshake. And then I introduced him to his attorney, Mark Lopristi, at some point, and then my partner at the time, Chris Hines, and Hunter had known each other casually again. And that was really where we, kind of guaranteed or generated a relationship that was probably in 2008-ish. I'm going to direct your attention now to Burisma. I want to first get a sense of how you became involved with Burisma. Sure. And then you joined the board approximately, I believe, in 2014. Okay, yeah, with Burisma, the genesis of the relationship started when Mikhailo Josefsky and Vadim, I'm going to abuse the name, but Vadim P was you guys are very, so he seems to be turning very skittish at any and all of these these particular questions that are coming through because he doesn't know exactly all of it. He's really seriously kind of confused on some of it and why he's going to get questioned about what they're questioning, because even they probably don't know the reasoning why they want to actually go that far. What's up, Murph Surf? Good to see you. Prozarski? Exactly. Very familiar with, where they were kind of a target list of potential investors in Rosemont Real Estate Acquisition Fund 1. Okay. It was called RREAF. That's and essentially there's a cap intro company that, had basically created a list, and they came through New York. I was in China. They came through New York in the early. I'm just trying to place the year. If I get the years wrong, I don't want to speculate. Approximately the early. Like I said, it sounds like this guy is super super skittish and really doesn't want to. He doesn't want to speculate. He doesn't want to give false answers. So he's really seriously trying to collect his thoughts on all of this, and it. I couldn't imagine sitting on front of a very large committee of people that are all getting ready to actually ask these series of questions, and how he actually feels. Because I think if it was me, I seriously probably would have actually got to the point where I wouldn't even know what to even say. Approximately the early, that had to be early, like 2010, 2015. At some point in that time, or not in 2015, 2010, 2014. I don't know exactly, but I could probably figure it out. They came through. I was not in town. The cap intro company was called Tri Global. Tri Global did the kind of pitch, kind of on behalf of the Rosemont Reality Realty to them, and I don't think they were very interested. But that was kind of the first that I heard of Burisma Zlochevsky, and the individual, and that he would be potential investor. And then I was reintroduced. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, but we were doing large deal with Eastern European Bank to basically invest in and be like an anchor to be like an anchor investor in the debt side of Rosemont Realty for Rosemont Real Estate Acquisition Fund 2. And that meeting happened to be on March. It was March 4th, 2014, which was in Moscow, which was also the day that Putin invaded Crimea. Huh. And that's something. On the day that Putin goes ahead and actually invades Crimea, it actually just so happens to be to the point where that's the day that all this has actually started. Koolfrogg needs a bot that spams it every 5 minutes. I don't want a bot. I don't want a bot. It's not something that I really want. Give you video preview in Discord. Oh, nice. Y'all wondering, I'm actually talking to the people over on Rumble as well. There's an awful lot of people over there. Appreciate y'all. Hit that thumbs up button if you could. So that deal fell through, as you can imagine. So that started the entire process. He was in Moscow, and we were like, okay, well, now we get to get back to the fundraising trip. And I met with him, and that was basically what met with him. So that's exactly the sentence that's there. Is and that was basically this guy's stuttering, and I don't think that's how he normally speaks. I wouldn't expect it to actually be something the way that he normally speaks at all. I'm thinking this is all nerves, all nerves that are actually coming through as he's actually trying to actually be upstanding and forthright with these people because he doesn't want to actually get himself in any more trouble than he already got himself in. That was like a follow-up meeting to pitching him, and that was the relationship. We asked him, or I was, it was just me meeting. Zlochevsky, is that who you Zlochevsky and no Vadim, one of the Tri Global kind of translator guys, cap intro guys, in myself pitched him. He told me that at the time that they had Kuzniewski had joined. The president of Poland had joined the board, just kind of in passing, and there was no kind of board discussion or anything like that. And basically, the next day, they called me. The Char Global guy called me back and said, "Would you be, I don't know if you're going to be interested in Rosemont Realty, but President was, I'm guessing this is Wozniacki, wants to meet with you." So I was like, okay, this is an interesting honor, right? And I basically, so literally within days, I flew to Warsaw for a day. Wozniacki asked me, it's like, I just joined the board. This is energy independence, yada yada yada, and it was all the stuff around it. He was like, "Would you be interested in joining the board?" And so that's really how that's how the Burisma relationship started. What up, Shiloh, man? Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. So it seems very easily just because of the people that were in the room. Just be like, oh, did you want to be on the board? Did you want to be on the board? Everybody gets to be on the board as long as you're in the room and you're actually going along with what they actually have to say. It's very interesting for them to actually go after somebody to get them to sit on this board. And that was approximately March or April of 2014. March, probably that it was the first week in March, or into March 10th ish. I don't know. I'm sure I could. You could find when I went to Warsaw, or it was the first week in March. That's so difficult to actually read somebody's transcript. That's so ridiculous, to the point of he's so nervous. He's so agitated with the whole situation, and he's scared. He's scared to actually even speak to these people. You shouldn't be scared to even speak to them. They're not the ones that are actually going to go after him. They're just wanted to get the information that they can from him. And I know you discussed their names. Mikhailo Zlochevsky was the owner of Burisma, correct, and Pożarski would have been the CFO. He's the corporate secretary. He was not the CFO. Another guy was the CFO. And have you heard of Karina Zlochevsky, the daughter of Mikhailo? And who is Alexander Wozniacki? He's the former president of Poland. And now I want to show you Exhibit 1. If you please pull the big binder. What am I showing you now? This is the Rosemont Seneca Bohai account. Yeah. According to the public records, Rosemont Seneca Bohai was started on February 13th of 2014. What was Rosemont Seneca Bohai? Rosemont Seneca Bohai, it was set up to hold the equity of BHR, which is Bohai Harvest Rosemont Partners, or some equity partners, I believe, which was a private equity fund that was started between Harvest, which is like I would say, the Fidelity of China, Bohai Sea Industrial Fund, which was like a government-owned private equity fund that wanted to go private. So basically, the three letters in the acronym Bohai Harvest Rosemont, and this was just set up to essentially own that equity and operate the what we thought was going to be a successful fund, which it ended up not being. That was uh, that was the reason for it. I have to actually try altering this as I go. I can't read all these knows, and it really seriously very disturbing to hear anybody actually speak with knows over and over again, because obviously they don't know. That's why they're asking you. If they knew, you wouldn't be there to answer these questions. It's not something that they know. If they knew it, it wouldn't be the question to ask. Jerry Lass, what's up? Good to see you. Making Bidenomic 2 layers noodle sauce, diced tomatoes, cheese whiz, and shredded baby bell cheeses. Oh, gross. It actually sounds pretty good when it comes down to it, other than the cheese whiz. Bidenomic lasagna. So good. What's up, Rose? Good to see you, dear. And if you could go to tab 1, please. Thank you. In addition to what you just described, was the RSB account also used to receive money from Burisma? Yes. And looking at the tab there, do you see a payment for approximately $83,000? Correct. And that's from April 15th of 2014. Uh-huh. Would that be, to your knowledge, one of the first payments from Burisma that you received? Yes. Yes, to my knowledge, unless there's one before on the page. No, there's not. And there's another payment underneath for approximately $29,000, correct? Uh-huh. In addition, that's probably like travel or something like that. Warsaw, maybe. I don't know. In addition to you receiving funds into the account from Burisma, I want to turn your attention to Exhibit 3. Tab 3. Tab 3. Thank you. Exhibit 1, Tab 3. Yes. Is it correct that Hunter Biden had received his share of the board payment into the Rosemont Seneca Bohai account? Yes, that's correct. And if we look at the top of the page and kind of in the header here, it has Rosemont Seneca Bohai, care of Devon Archer. Uh-huh. Hunter Biden was not on the account, correct? He was not. He was not on. No, he was not on the account. How is it that Hunter Biden became a board member of Burisma? The Hunter Biden became a board member because when I came back from when I started my tenure there, and we were hired him as a counsel, quite frankly, and then he was counsel, and that went on for, I don't know, maybe 2 months, and we developed a relationship with Vladimir Mikhailo, and I think they had a different design. There was a meeting in Lake Como in the economic conference. What do you know about that meeting? That meeting, I was there. I was there at the conference. I was not involved in the conversation that they had. That meeting, it was decided that he was going to move onto the board role. Did Hunter Biden ever tell you about that conversation? No, he did not. He did not tell me. Well, I mean, the outcome was that he was going to join the board. Oh yes, in the sense he told me that, but it wasn't like a detailed. I know exactly where I had the conversation, and I remember it vividly, though I wasn't part of it. They were in a different part of the conference than me. When you and Hunter Biden first joined the board in Burisma, were there service agreements that you signed as far as what your roles would be at Burisma? My role was my role at Burisma when I joined was to go out and find external financing for expansion, for global expansion. First, it was to find expansion into the United States, and then things got a little dicey. But then it was uh, to basically find outside financing for global expansion, which is which we were very successful in. I opened Burisma Geothermal, bought wells in Italy because obviously drilling was like a core competency, which was kind of a renewables tilt, which we thought would be, you know, look favorably upon. And we opened up Burisma Eurasia, which it was successful service contract with Kazakhstan and with Kazmu. Um, what was it? Kaz Money Gas, yeah, Kaz Money Gas. We had 50 employees, employed a lot of other folks. We bought drills in Texas, brand new equipment, and went kind of a deeper and more efficiently and cleaner than they'd ever done in that part of the world. And so it was. I hate to say a great success. That would be two, but it was a great success. And just to stop you, do you remember the name of the company in Texas that you just referenced? The drilling company? Yes. I don't know the name, but I could find out. You could find out for us? Yeah, yeah. We transported all the equipment via sea and then over land through Ukraine to Kazakhstan, which I'd have to go through another area, but it was pretty wild. We pulled off a lot, but that was my main purpose was international expansion, which I think in very short time I had exceptional execution. The payments appeared to be approximately $83,000 per month that were deposited into the Rosemont Seneca Bohai account from Burisma Holdings. Was that what you were being paid? Was it $1 million per year? It was. So when the board perspective, it was $1 million per year in the board contracts, but which was again, it was more than there's associated work. It wasn't just sitting there and going to board meetings, but there was a lot of work that was done. It was actually split. During my tenure, Tri Global was a CAP intro group. It was actually split three ways. I don't know where it went after my time, but that's initially it was a sum total, kind of to take home for the company, excluding expenses, just gross was 666 per year. That's a quite interesting number for them to actually decide on 666. Sure. I like Koolfrogg reading this. We need bedtime stories with Koolfrogg and Tadpole. That sounds like fun. We might be able to actually come up with something eventually to do bedtime stories without a camera, obviously. And that obviously changed. I was, kicked off for asked to resign from the board when I got into the next issue. Was Hunter Biden's agreement also that he would receive $83,000 per month? Yes. From Burisma? Yes. That's what I'm saying. So 83 and two different once a month was 666 annualized divided by 3. Sounds like the work of a devil when it comes down to it. 666 annualized. That's a wonderful round number that they decided to actually come up with for that particular situation. Mr. Mandolfo is continuing asking questions. Mr. Mandolfo says, I'd like to turn your attention now to Exhibit 7 in that binder. Sure. This one? Oh, sorry. This is an email from Hunter Biden. It's dated May 7th of 2014. So this is about the beginning of when he's joining the board. The subject is notes from the 13th hour, meaning our plane ride. And I want to direct your attention to paragraph 6. My understanding in the email is that Hunter Biden is the lowercase statement, and your response is the caps, all caps statement. So then Mr. Schwartz steps in. Well, these emails don't come from Mr. Archer, so I don't think that we're going to be able to authenticate the emails or tell you who wrote that or who wrote what. But you're certainly welcome to ask about the content of these. Mandolfo, well, do you recognize the email? Redacted comes in. Sorry to interrupt. Can we know where the document come from? And then there's Mr. Aborisk. It says it comes from the hard drive. The hard drive that's in the possession of committee. Republicans? Mr. Mandolfo, yes. So there's where did you get the hard drive? Go off the record for a second. Discussion off record. So then they go off record. They go off record because they don't want whatever's coming up next to actually be used, because whatever's in this particular whatever came off of this particular hard drive, whatever it is that they're currently looking at, they know could actually be pretty damning to the situation. And Democrats are actually going to do whatever they can to actually be against releasing any and all information that's out there. Mimsy, what's up? Good to see you. Been ill and away for a while, but here in spirit. Okay, good to hear. Glad you're around. Hopefully you get the rest that you need and take care of yourself. Mr. Mandolfo says, showing you Exhibit 7, paragraph 6. I'll read it out loud. It's from you to Hunter. Need to determine what we consider expenses to be deducted from potential Burisma pay in quotations before we determine true split number with Alex. Mr. Schwartz says, I don't know to whom, but I object to the characterization as that's from you to Hunter Biden. Yeah, this is holy crap. What a bunch of gibberish. Archer says, yeah, Goldman says, can we just clarify on the record? I want to clarify on the record. Mandolfo says, off the record. Goldman says, no. Donlin says, you're using the majority time. You negotiated the time. Goldman says, please, the time. I don't care. Schwartz says, I care. We negotiated time because we wanted to leave, not because you wanted 2 hours of questioning. See, they don't want the questioning to occur. They don't want it to occur. They don't want any of this to happen. They're going to actually do whatever they can to go against and everything that they're about, and try calling them on their time and just allowing them to actually talk over each other, to get time stopped, to give them time back. They don't want any of that to happen. Goldman, well, we don't agree with your negotiated time, so we'll sit here for 5 more seconds. Mr. Donlin, this is the chairman's transcribed interview, so he has the authority to negotiate, and this is what's been negotiated. Mr. Goldman, that's fine. You take whatever time you need. I just want the witness maybe aided by counsel on the record. Donlin, sir, you can do this during your time. Goldman, no, you're introducing. No, you can do it during your time. Mr. Big steps in. This is not a court of law. First of all, this is not a court of law. Quit taking over people who can. He can answer. He's got counsel there that can say it's outside the scope. He thinks it's dubious. Whatever he wants to say about it, you have to let the witness answer this, because there's not sitting in a court of law. This is transcribed voluntarily interview. For Pete's sake, if you have an objection, you started your objection. You get to make it. Goldman, but not on the record. Mr. Biggs, you can get it when it's your 2 hours. Goldman, you know how depositions work, but carry on, Mr. Biggs. This is deposition. This is not in court. Yeah, this is very different than that we practice law, but this is Congress. A little bit different. Press on, Mr. Schwartz. Back on the record, Mr. Mandolfo. Paragraph 6. If I misspoke before, it's our understanding that the lowercase is Hunter Biden. The caps, all caps, would be your response. But I'm just going to read it again. Need to determine what we consider expenses to be deducted from potential Burisma pay, in quotes, before we determine true split number with Alex, and then the parentheticals, i.e., they give an equation, 5 minus about 3/4 divided by 3 equals 1.42 million apiece. Is 750,000 reasonable expense number between Washington, D.C. office, all caps, tax liability, and something like that seems fair. Do you recall having a conversation with Hunter Biden regarding that him would receive approximately consistent with the email, approximately 4.85 million jointly from Burisma, Mr. Schwartz? So now he's not asking about the email. He's asking if you had such a conversation. No. This is the answer to the question. So Archer finally, Archer finally gets to actually come back with an answer. No. That one is, I don't know what the 4.5. As I explained just before, it was 83, 33, 33, and it only went to one account, which we have all the stuff for. And theoretically, I don't know what we are talking about here, but I was like, so 666. It looks like that says 750, but this one seems like there's some math that's him writing to me. Mr. Mandolfo asks a couple more questions. Says, that's Hunter Biden writing to you? I think theoretically it would be. In the small caps, is that what you're saying? Yeah. So that would bring us to roughly 4.85 million jointly from Burisma. That would be from Hunter Biden, Mr. Schwartz. No, we can't. Archer, yeah. We can't confirm the email is from anyone. He's reading the text in the document in the format of the email. That is the way it looks. So we can confirm that you accurately read it, which is accurately read, and he can confirm, as he did, the conversation that is had with Mr. Biden. Archer, yes. And I would also add that any money that came from Burisma is all here, all documented here. There was no or no money that I can speak for, only myself. There's no money that was ever received. Basically, this was because we had set it up with BHR, we took it took in this here Hunter was the corporate security, or Hunter was the corporate secretary of RSB. So there was a COO who managed it. So that was, I don't know where that number is from, Mr. Biggs. Can I ask a question about that? Archer says, sure, Mr. First of all, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Maybe this would help solve the question. Do you remember ever seeing this document at all? I mean, I get it's 10 years ago. The email? Yeah. I just wonder if you recall. Does it look familiar? Is it something that you might recall? No, I don't. I can't authorize it or authenticate it. But you know, uh, those conversations are all around what we are speaking about. Like, obviously, I voluntarily just talked about there was a tri-global split. I don't know exact those numbers, and I mean, I've been seen a lot of speculation, and I don't. Again, I can only speak for myself. I don't know any other money that went beyond RSB Morgan Stanley account. Mr. Biggs, thank you, Mr. Mandolfo. At some point, though, when you ran into federal troubles, Hunter Biden started to receive his money in different account, correct? Correct. Yes, because this got shut down. So it must have been. And I want to show you Exhibit 4, Tab 1. Excuse me, Exhibit 1, Tab 4. Got it. And on page, it's August of 2015, and you'll see August 19th, there are two Burisma payments for $83,000 each. One of you and one to Hunter Biden, correct? Correct. And above that, you'll see that they're actually, let me clarify. We were running it as a business. So it was to Rosemont Seneca Bohai. There was other investments that were made. There were investments on behalf of the business. So as the business was capitalized, we did other things with it. So though kind of contractually it was a fee for services at the end of the day, we took it as revenue of the company. I don't know if that makes any difference, but yes. So he's trying to say that it went to Hunter, but it wasn't necessarily that it just went directly to Hunter, that it actually went to this business of Rosemont Seneca Bohai, which was actually their own company. So that they were part of. So it wasn't that it was like just given to them directly to their own bank account, but to a different bank account that was related to Hunter Biden, but didn't have Hunter's name on it exactly. It kind of similar to some of the other accounts that we've actually known of that he had actually done the same thing to. Question. But during this time, Hunter Biden had his own bank account, correct? You'll see in the page, he has a Wasco PC, which received a transfer of $5,000. And you'll see that there was a transfer to Robert Biden for $19,000. Now, Robert Hunter Biden is his real name. Owasco PC is one of those companies that Hunter Biden went ahead and actually opened and made available to have an account to be able to transfer monies around, so that way there wasn't a direct link to Hunter Biden, but to a business that he actually ran. kind of a way of actually like maybe potentially laundering money that wasn't necessarily his or that he had supposedly earned? Answer: yes. Question: and so, if we take into account that Hunter Biden is receiving approximately $1 million a year, and I know that he started towards the third and fourth month of 2014, but how long did he work for Burisma, to your knowledge? To my knowledge, I can go as far as, May through July, like summer of 2016. And then I'm, obviously aware of that he worked for Burisma. I don't know when the end of the tenure was. It was years later, I believe. Mendolfo's continuing asking these questions. I don't know when his time actually runs out and start getting questions from other people, but okay, come on, Mr. Mendolfo. All right. Now, I want to direct your attention to April 2014 timeline, and I'd like to show you Exhibit 2. Sure. And this is the email. It states that Robert Hunter, who's Hunter Biden, to you, Devon Archer, dated April 12th, 2014, with the subject line TMRW, or tomorrow. And I'd like to turn your attention to paragraph 18 on the second page. I'm going to read it. Sure. The announcement of my guy's upcoming travels should be characterized as part of our advice and thinking, but what we will say and do is out of our hands. In other words, it would be really good thing, or it could end up creating too great an exception. We need to temper exceptions regarding that visit. Do you recall Hunter Biden referring to his dad as my guy? I believe yes. Given that he's referring to his dad, the average person would refer to their dad as dad or father, or maybe another nickname. But not many people would refer to their dad as my guy. And so, in reading this, can you tell me that you believe Hunter Biden is getting at when he's referring to his dad? My guy's upcoming travel should be characterized as part of our advice and thinking. Mr. Schwartz, you're asking him to speculate. What's someone else meant if that person wrote this? I'm asking him his interpretation of when Hunter Biden was telling him this. He just said that Hunter Biden told him, did use the phrase. So when he would use the phrase, what did you interpret that to mean? When you use the phrase "my guy," when he used, so there's a little spat, another nice little spat between Schwartz and Mendolfo. Schwartz says, when he used the phrase "my guy," Mendolfo, when he used, what did that mean? Yeah. What I think, my speculation would be that he's saying that, we can't, they asked him not to speculate, but here he is speculating. He's right along with it to actually just jump on the speculation train and just be like, well, if you guys want me to actually speculate, here, let me speculate. My speculation would be that he's saying that I can't guide my guy. I can't guide my father into what he's going to do on this trip, but let's get credit for it. I think that's what he's saying here. Archer really seriously is really hard to actually read. He's really got some language, some speaking issues when it comes down to saying like he actually like he's a little girl or something. It's really seriously kind of disturbing to actually try reading and really difficult to understand. I really seriously wish it wasn't so hard to actually get through. We're on page 26 of 141. I'm going to actually take a shot because my guy, talking about my guy. Oh, wait, that's my girl. Yes, my girl. My guy, and between the my guy and the you knows are really seriously hard to actually get past. I like that their transcript actually has all of them in there, all those little inaccuracies or all those little things that he actually does like to speak on or whatever, because it just makes it something easier to actually understand that they didn't actually put their own words into play, that they actually just went ahead. This is exactly the words that came out of them. I'm going to take a shot of this Basil Hayden's. Good stuff. Cheers. By Mr. Mandolfo. Again, Mr. Mandolfo's got an awful lot to say. Question. But I reframe the question. If he's counsel, why would he get credit for his dad going to Ukraine? Well, yeah, that would be great. That would he get credit? Why would he? What the? Why is he asking a question or answering a question with a question? Well, yeah. Why would he get credit? Yeah. What kind of credit was Hunter Biden trying to get? The speculating, I think he was getting. Mr. Schwartz jumps in. He said at the beginning, don't speculate. If you don't know, you don't know. Schwartz is really going to be a stickler in the side throughout this whole thing. He's going to jump in this as much as he possibly can to actually get him to not say anything that he doesn't need to say. He's going to do a lot to actually go along with just that matter. So the Mr. Archer, he was getting paid a lot of money, and I think he wanted to show value. More questions by Mandolfo. And was part of that value him bringing his dad to Ukraine? I think in here it's clear that he's not bringing his dad, but he's saying, I'm going to get credit for it. But when you say get credit, he's not determining. He wasn't setting his dad's schedule to bring him to Ukraine, I don't think. Right. But when his dad's traveling to Ukraine, he's trying to have Burisma officials recognize that he should get credit. He, being Hunter Biden, should get credit for his dad's traveling to Ukraine. Would you agree with that? I would say that's what it says, and if that comes accurately, that's what he's saying. I think it's pretty obvious. He's thinking it's pretty obvious and straightforward that we should just assume that my guy, aka Joe Biden, is heading to Ukraine. And Hunter Biden should actually get praised for actually getting his father to actually come down, and actually should maybe get paid more for the dealings that could potentially happen from the likeness of his father actually being there. And what do you think is obvious about it? He's saying, again, I can't speculate, but I don't know if the email, I'm just reading that email. But you've had a conversation with Hunter Biden. You were his business partner for a long time. Did he talk about about how bringing his dad either to Ukraine or using his dad as vice president would add value to the eyes of Burisma officials? Yes. And how would that come up? I just think it's almost it's pretty obvious if you're the son of the vice president. I mean, I'm just going to actually start giving him a different inflection because you can kind of tell when he's actually talking that he's going to actually be saying more and Mr. Schwartz, he's asking about specific conversations. Yeah, specific conversations. No, he would not talk specifically about he would not be so overt, and I think that's another obvious point. And he would not say, okay, we're going to I'm overtly we're going to use my dad for this, but I think he would give the brand. I think he would look at it, to get the leverage from it. What the stop with the nose. You like somebody just go walk up to this guy and smack him across the face and stop saying because we don't know. We wouldn't be asking you the questions if we knew. If we knew, you wouldn't be the whistleblower that we're actually looking at to actually answer these goddamn questions. Jerry, that's so good. What kind of leverage was he trying to get by using his dad? I think it's more defensive, defensive leverage that the value is there in his work. I want to show you back to Exhibit 1, Tab 1, which is going to be the payment. Sure. And we just talked about this, so I'm just going to rehash it. But this email happens on April 12th, 2014, where Hunter Biden talks about adding value. And then on April 15th, 2014, there's the first payment that comes in from Rosemont Seneca Bohai. And then you're aware, I'll get to Exhibit 3. Mr. Mandolfo says, we'll start from the bottom. On April. This is from Hunter Biden to Devon Archer, dated April 22nd, 2014. The subject is JRB. JRB. Who's JRB? In Ukraine. In UKR. In JRB. Joseph Robinette Biden to Ukraine. And I'll let you review it. But essentially, Hunter Biden copies and pastes what appears to be a quote from his father's speech while Vice President Biden was in the Ukraine. You then respond, wow, we need to make sure that the ragtag temporary government in the Ukraine understands the value of Burisma and its very existence. There wasn't enough knows in there. That couldn't have been him. There's no way. Hunter Biden then said you should send Vadim. And who is Vadim again? Vadim is the corporate secretary for Burisma. It makes it look like we're adding value. Is this the beginning stages of when we were joining the board? And would you agree with me? This isn't legal advice, that adding value here, that Hunter Biden is giving the value add that Hunter Biden brings to Burisma, his Vice President Biden? What's this question? Yes. Schwartz trying to jump in on something and gets ran over by Archer with a big yes. What was the value of Hunter Biden brought to Burisma? The value was Hunter Biden brought it to was having, there was the theoretical was corporate governance, but obviously given the brand, that was a large part of value. I don't think it was the sole value, but I do think it was a key component to the value. You keep on saying the brand, but by brand, you mean the Biden family, correct? Correct. And that brand is what, in your opinion, was the majority of what the value delivered from Hunter Biden to Burisma? I don't say majority, but I wouldn't speculate on percentages. But I do think that was an element of it. Mr. Biggs, when you say Biden family, sorry to cut in here, I just want to get clarification. You are talking about Dr. Jill or anybody else. You're talking about Joe Biden. Is that fair to say? Yes, that's fair to say. Listen, I think I don't think about it as, Joe directly, but it's fair. It's fair to say, obviously, that brought the most value to the brand. Thank you, Mr. Mandolfo. I want to go back to another point you said earlier. You said Hunter Biden didn't overtly talk about how he would use it or use his. And if I'm mischaracterizing this or getting it incorrect, please correct me. But that he wouldn't use overtly, that he's going to use his father or his father's name in order to add value or maximize what he could get from others. So, how do you know that that's one of the ways that Hunter Biden was like meeting the officials from Burisma or getting access to officials from Burisma or getting a job that's paid $1 million? How did you know that? Know what? Yeah, say it again. Uh, you can see Schwartz just gets super angry at everything that he says and say, you know what? Yeah, say it again. Uh, that Hunter Biden was adding value. His value that he has added was in part, as you said, his family. Uh-huh. And so, what is your basis for knowing that? My basis for knowing that, well, I think there are particular objectives that Burisma was trying to accomplish, and a lot about opening doors, globally in DC. And I think that that was and then obviously having those doors opened, it sent the right signals, for Burisma to carry on its business and be successful. Obviously, that all backfired, terribly from them. And I think Mikhailo is in hiding in Cyprus right now. But yeah, I think. How did I know? It's just. I mean, it's a lot. It's how this town works as an outsider looking in. And I now want to turn your attention to Exhibit 4. And this is an email from Vadim Pershingki. I'm sorry, Pizarski, saying this works for me. I'm just going to put everyone else who's on it too, copying Hunter Biden, Sebastian Momtazi, and Jean Paul. Dated October 5th of 2015 with the subject next BOD meeting. And then starting at the bottom, it appears to be an email from Mr. Pizarski. And it describes a board of directors meeting in the first week of December in Dubai. And that people would fly in on December 3rd. And then there would be a board of directors meeting midday on December 4th. And then your response, as you just said, was, this works for me, correct? Correct. Do you recall the board of directors meeting in Dubai? Yes. Before going to Dubai, do you remember going to Kyiv in Ukraine? I don't remember. I like right at that same trip. Yes. Did I? If you don't remember, you don't remember. I don't remember. It's not a trick question. I I don't. It's a particular trip in December. I've been to Kiev, uh, but I don't remember it being connected to that trip. It was December that year of 2015. If you don't remember, it's okay. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I'm not. I don't remember if you stopped there. And do you remember going to board of directors meetings in Dubai? Yes. Do you remember who was at the meeting? Yes. Alan Apter, Alexander Kwasinski, uh, Mikhailo Zlochevsky, Vadim P., Hunter Biden, and then some others, some other executives, and then there's two Cyprus board members that I can't remember their names. And who is Alan Apter? He's a board member. He's a London banker. Do you remember what he discussed in the board meeting, December 2015? Yes. We were the Burisma Eurasia was in high gear, and we set up a big office there. It was kind of a content piece, as well as Burisma Geothermal had been set up. I just came to geothermal conference in Reno. I think right before that, I just remember that because my brother joined, so those are like content, and the rest of it would have been reviewing the financials and production, et cetera, et cetera. And do you recall if Hunter Biden went on this trip? He did. After the board of directors meeting, do you recall at any point going to dinner with any other individuals afterwards? Yes, we had a board dinner. Do you commonly have board dinners? Yes. And who would attend the board dinners? Generally, everyone from the same smaller subset. It wasn't limited, but it would be. I don't like remember the particular table or restaurant. I know we stayed at the the Burj Khalifa and sail looking structure in Dubai. So I think we had dinner there. And after dinner, did you and Hunter Biden go out for drinks? We did not. We did not go out for drinks. We met at a Four Seasons, or the Four Seasons. He stayed at the Four Seasons. What happened at the Four Seasons? We had coffee. I don't know if he had drinks, but we met at the Four Seasons. Did Hunter Biden during that time ever get a call from Mikhailo Zlochevsky or Vadim Perzinski? Vadim and they both joined us at the Four Seasons. Why did they join you? It was, I mean, basically, after all, it was a normal course. Like, after all, we kind of spent the 3 days together. It kind of sounds a little strange that they're meeting. If he's staying in the Burj Khalifa, why did he go over to the Four Seasons? What was going on at the Four Seasons? Why would these four men feel it necessary to join each other at the Four Seasons? What are they doing together? If they spent 3 whole days together, what is it that they actually all did together? Yes, I will speculate. Did during that, I'll say after dinner at the Four Seasons, did Mikhailo Zlochevsky and Vadim ask Hunter Biden to make any phone calls? Yes, though I was not part of the phone call. What was the request? The request was, I think they were getting pressure and they requested Hunter, help them with some of that pressure. What pressure? Government pressure on their, government pressure from Ukrainian government investigations into Mikhailo, etc. Drugs, hookers, rob the taxpayers. I mean, you went a little less speculative than I did. But it wasn't like not a specific request. It was just we were sitting at the Four Seasons having coffee, and there was there was Mikado, there's only managers at the Four Seasons who managed that property. So so it wasn't a closed, it was not like a specific meeting. When you say pressure from the government at this time, were you aware of Victor Shokin was investigating Burisma? To the best, I vaguely, whether it was Shokin, I vague. There was a lot of pressure initially. There were several pressure issues. It was kind of theme of Burisma. There was a capital tied up in London, 23 million pounds. There was, a U.S. visa denied, and then a Mexico visa denied, and then there was so Shokin wasn't specifically on my radar as being an individual that was targeting him. But yes, there was constant pressure, and it was like it was like whack-a-mole in regards to the pressure that had to resolve. Mr. Jordan comes into play. Says the request from from Mikhailo Zlochevsky and Vadim or Mr. Biden, and or if you said it was you, the request to help from whom to deal with that pressure. The request, basically the request is like, can DC help? But there were not, I'm not going to. There were not. I was like, there weren't specific, can the big guy help? It's always an amorphous, can we get help in DC? Really? What kind of statement is that? So, Jim Jordan steps in to ask a question, and you go totally limp, and every word that come out your mouth is turned into shit. The request, basically the request is like, can DC help? But there was not, I'm not going to. There was not. I was like, but what the. Archer's really starting to piss me off. I'm really seriously kind of concerned for Archer and in his well-being when it comes down to it. It seems to be there's a lot more going on than we actually, maybe appreciate when it comes down to it. Jordan again. The request was to help the United States government to deal with the pressure. You were under the prosecutor, and that entitlement was freezing of assets at the London Bank and other things that were going on in Ukraine. Correct? Okay. I just think you might have to just clarify it. I just want to make sure, says Mr. Biggs. Archer, sure. Mr. Biggs, can you say DC help? Like you said, we could use some DC help. I'm not asking what you think that. I'm asking what you interpreted that to mean. Well, I'm still learning about it, but it seems like really a lot like at the end of the day, lobbying, soft lobbying help, firm lobbying help. I mean, there's a constant, constant pressure from them. And there are various service providers hired for people working on, help in DC. A lot of power is obviously flexed here. So that is what that was a constant, whether it was putting out fires or helping expand. So, Mr. Biggs, so you do think they were asking Mr. Biden for DC help? If they had, I'm assuming what you're saying is they might have had some kind of lobbying group on retainer, perhaps. Yes. So, why do you think they were asking Hunter Biden for DC help? I mean, why? I mean, you don't take away from that. Well, I mean, he was a lobbyist and an expert, and obviously he carried, a very powerful name. So I think it was that's what they were asking for. They also, there was a firm, Blue Star Strategies. It was hired to be, kind of I don't know if they were lobbying firm or just strategic advisory. It's still unclear in the differences, but uh, that was part of the mix. But it was, yeah, it was high pressure environment, and there was constant requests for help. And then Dolfo comes back. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? Listen, I did not hear this phone call, but he called his dad. How do you know that? Because because I think Vadim told me, but again, it's unclear. I just know that there was a call that happened there. I was not privy to it. What did Vadim tell you about the call? Just that, just that we called DC, but he didn't. Again, it's not like there's not, oh, we've got all our problems solved kind of, revelation. I was not at the side of the equation and kind of working on the lobbying side of businesses. When Vadim told you this, where where were you? I was, basically what then they drove back to the hotel I was staying at. Who's we? Me, Vadim, Mikhailo? Was it during that drive back to Vadim told you that Hunter Biden had called VP Biden at that time? What's up, JZ? Good to see you. It would have been some point thereafter, maybe the next day. Again, we spent, on board trip where you travel with people from all over the world. We spent 3 days together. So the exact time I can't say, but that's what happened. And I didn't stutter on that. That one was exact words that came out of his mouth. Holy crap. He told you expressly he called his father and that he called DC. DC? Really? With so he called DC because Mr. Schwartz yelled at him for it. Mendolfo comes back for a couple more questions. When we told you this, did you confront Hunter Biden about it at any point? No, I wouldn't have done that. Like, confront him for what reason? Well, if they being Burisma, are facing government pressure, and Vadim comes to Mikhailo, comes to Hunter Biden and says, we're facing pressure, we need you to do something, and that Hunter Biden calls Vice President of the United States to do something, what would cause that could cause off some serious alarm bells for influence peddling, conflicts of interest. Right. I mean, Hunter Biden at this time is supposedly acting as the corporate governance. Right. But he's calling his father about. I think that's even more reason that I was left out of these, black box DC types of conversations. I was working on the ground to build the business. What do you mean by that? Like, it was not, I wasn't the pressure. We were the pressures that were exerted. I was that kind of a blue star, the resource of Rosemont Seneca Advisors and whatever the subsidiary of DC Partners. That was like that world. Are you aware of Vadim and that had told Blue Star that one of the issues and pressures that he was facing was related to Shokin investigation into Burisma? So yes, I was the narrative that was spun to me, quite frankly, just to be. I remember that because obviously it's the narrative that was spun to me was that Shokin was under control and that whoever the next person that was brought in was, the fact that he was this is the total, this is the narrative spun to me, that Shokin being fired was not good because he was like under control as relates to Mikhailo. I really have no way to verify that, and that was spun to me from the various folks in DC not Hunter specifically, but that was that was what I was led to believe. Whether it's true or not, I can't speculate. With that said, you are aware of Vadim specifically told Blue Star Strategies that one of the issues that he wanted resolved was resolving Victor Shokin's investigation into Burisma. I don't recall Vadim saying that specifically. I don't, but again, I was spun a narrative that was quite the opposite of that, but not from Hunter Biden or Vadim, correct? Correct. And not from Zlochevsky? No. Zlochevsky spoke very little English. In addition to the phone call, too, that Hunter Biden made, have you ever been privy to Hunter Biden calling his father around other either potential business investors or other foreign nationals who Hunter Biden or you may have been trying to work with or were working with? Yes. Can you please tell the committee about that? Again, as far as specifics, we can't talk about it, but Hunter spoke to his dad every day, right? And so in certain circumstances, when you're in, if his dad calls him at dinner and he picks up on the phone and there's a conversation and the conversation is generally about the weather and what's it like in Norway or Paris or wherever he may be. But that was, that happened. Where was it? There's quite a page 40. They're now at 11:30. And I'm now only 2 hours into this. I'm going to have to take another shot. We got another 100 pages to go. Got another 100 pages of actually listening to this ridiculous man-child, speak about, everything and anything that happened, in and around the goings on and the deals with Burisma, Joe Biden, the big guy, or my guy, or whatever you want to call them, as the brand, and what they actually have been doing is really amazing. So, shot number 2. Cheers, everybody. That's a big shot glass. I was using these normally, these colored ones, these little party shot glasses. My wife gives me this one. It's got a nice little, fun little caribou. That's like 2. Cheers, right? If y'all haven't done so already, please hit the like buttons, subscribe, share, do all those fun YouTube like things. We'll see if we can't make it through this without, wrecking ourselves. I really don't know if I'm going to do any of these other 50 tabs that are up. I don't think so. By the time I get through this, I'm probably going to be so disturbed with this reading, I might just actually just call it good after, breaking news. What was that shot glass? What was in the shot glass? Basil Hayden's. All right. Again, Mr. Mandolfo, are you aware of Hunter Biden putting his, or have you been told that Hunter Biden put his father on speakerphone during any of these interactions that we're just describing now? Yes. Can you please tell us about that? He put him on speakerphone again occasionally. Specifics like, dinner, dinners occasionally. Can you tell us about those dinners? What's up, Divinity? How's it going, dear? Good to see you over on that Rumble side. Can you tell us about those dinners? Yeah, I remember a dinner in Paris with a French energy company that was. We were speaking to an advisor, and then we were speaking to. It was really a Rosemont Seneca advisor type of Rosemont Seneca advisor kind of pitch at the end of the day, and there was a talk, and he said that we're we're at this, we're at this restaurant in Paris, and he put him on speaker so that so that did happen. Uh, there were other people there. Who else was there? There was me, myself, Hunter. Oh, you count yourself as two, huh? Oh, okay, that's fun. That's it. I'm getting Malloy. Bring him on. Let's go. Where is he? Where is he? Make him come in here and say hi to me, because you know. Divinity can't see us on YouTube. I'm sure of course she can, but she likes it over there on the Rumble side. She likes to do that Rumble thing because Rumble's is fun. Um, Speaking of Rumble, I actually picked up a couple more subs myself. I'm up to 500. I'm actually kind of excited to actually see that continuously grow. It's awesome. It's awesome to actually see. Rose, I'm glad that you're getting a kick out of this. I'm glad that this is working out for you. So who else was there? It was me, myself, Hunter, Eric Sherwin, and then the executives from the French energy company. Do you remember the name of the company? I'm sure you could find it. It was probably like a 2011, trip planning, but it was a very large French energy company. Are there other? And I believe they didn't. They also didn't get the work by the way. Just an FYI. So there's not much about it. Do you recall other times where Hunter Biden placed his dad on speakerphone? Uh, a dinner in with BHR with Jonathan Lee. Uh, where was the dinner? In Beijing? Some restaurant in Chengdu or something like that. I don't remember that. I don't remember specifics. This is just it was not. It was like especially with time zone difference, there was there were meetings where his dad would call and he would be talking to him or put him on speaker. I'm not going to that's what happened. And with the phone call with Jonathan Lee, do you recall what was said while VP Biden? Yeah. So uh, was on the call. I mean, on any of the specifics, like from a blanket perspective, it was always that's the not necessarily the weather, but there's no. I think you have to understand that there's no business conversation about a cap table or a fee or anything like that. It was just general necessity, niceties, and conversation in general, about the geography, about the weather, whatever it may be. But just on as far as like a blanket or for all of them, let's just go with there's was not a specific time that I witnessed a specific business deal or business dealing or specifics about any kind of financial stuff. Mr. Jordan, would you just say like, "Hey guys, my dad's on the phone. Dad, can you say hi to Mr. Archer?" Yeah, you know. Jordan comes out with a yeah, Mr. Jordan. P Beaver for $5 on Rumble says high five for the 500 followers. Thank you for the $5. I really do appreciate you so much. Thank you again. I just love how Jordan comes up with the There you go. See, politician. Well, I'm sure that took place in addition to just talking about the weather. Yeah. So let me go back to so you're in Dubai on this December meeting, and you and Zochevsky and Vadim Perashinki Bazarsky are staying in one hotel where the board meeting's at. After the board meeting, you go to the Four Seasons. You go to the Four Seasons for dinner, and then you stay for drinks later. No, we just on that night. I believe we had dinner at the Burj, not the tall, the sale, Burj Khalifa or Burj Al Arab, Burj Al Arab. Did you all three ride together from one hotel? Did you take a cab or no? Hunter went before us. No, the three of you were who were staying there. Yeah, Vadim, you, and we did. We took a Zlochovsky. We took a. Okay, so you get there, you have dinner. Sometime during dinner, Zlochovsky requests help of the U.S. government to deal with Ukrainian prosecution situation. Is that right? Not that's a bit off. That's speculation. We're under pressure. We need to go. We want to talk to Hunter. So I think we let him back there. I think how you just rehashed that. We all had dinner, like a board dinner at the Burj Al Arab. Then you go to drinks afterward. Then Hunter went to the Four Seasons. That was he met his one of his friends and the manager, and he used to go to Georgetown. And then we later in evening we went over there. Not like whatever, you don't know the time. And then Vadim Zlochovsky and myself went right later, or he said Jordan says right, yeah, later. Okay. So that's when we meet up, and then we're they were, it was this specifically under they were feeling the heat or whatever, and then we're like, okay, can we call DC? And again, I can't on that particular there was conference calls where we talked on the table. On that call, I was not in the earshot of that of that, but I know that there was there was a call made. Okay, but that was a sequence of events. Mendolfo comes back in, and that call was made. That was December 4th of 2015, on or around. And then just 5 days later, Vice President Biden, on his trip to Ukraine, he makes a statement. It's not enough to set up a new anti-corruption bureau and establish a special prosecutor fighting corruption. The Office of General Prosecutor desperately needs reform. I know you've talked about these different pressures, but when Vice President Biden comes on December 9th of 2015, he talks about a specific pressure of the Office of General Prosecutor. And so based on that, is it your testimony that Hunter Biden and Vadim never discussed the investigation by Shokin into Burisma? You're asking? I can't. That conversation he was personally privy to? Yes, I think he's answered that already. Yeah, I was, Mr. Mendolfo. Ever? Yeah, I was, and I answered it before. I was spun a narrative that Shokin was good for Burisma but that's not from Hunter Biden or Vadim. Or Vadim? It wasn't from Hunter. I can't say it was Hunter. So the answer Mr. Schwartz. Yeah, no. Is no such conversation happened? Right. So what didn't that didn't happen. But again, I was left out of everything. I want to turn your attention now. How much time do we have left for the first hour? About 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes. Okay. So they're figuring that they're about 5.5 minutes into the first hour. It's likely such a photosynthesis moderators should mute, ban, temporarily, permanently delete. Channels can be their own censored words. PB and Divinity holding their own conversation. Awesome. Biden will be 81 years in November 2024. Yes. Go Timberwolves. Are you from Minnesota, Jay-Z? Go Vikings. Go Twins. Go Wild. I'm from Minnesota, and even I don't get that wackadoo about Minnesota sports. Yes, definitely start a Rumble account. If you haven't started a Rumble account, make sure you go over there and you check out that Rumble side of things. You might just actually appreciate it when, if anything ever happens to this channel over here on YouTube, we'll still be over there. I'm not going to stop doing this. I'm going to actually continue to do these types of things over and over again because I enjoy doing it. Yeah, no. So no. So wait here. I'm at Mr. Mendolfo. I want to turn your attention now. How much time do we have left in the first hour? About 6.5 minutes, 5.5 minutes. Okay, Mr. Mendolfo. By Mr. Mendolfo. Questions. Turn your attention now to spring of 2015, dinner in Cafe Milano, where I believe Vice President Biden attended as well. Can you tell us about that dinner? Who was there? Okay, I could you repeat the date? It's the spring or April of 2015, around April 2015. Mr. Schwartz, the second one. Oh, the second? There you go. Yes, Vice President Biden did attend. And who else was there? There was two dinners. At that dinner, it was Vadim Karim Mezimov. So Vadim P. From Burisma, Karim Mezimov, a Greek priest, Orthodox priest, I think someone from the World Food Program. I think that was and then there. Do you have others? What about Keen's Rikishev? No, he was not there in the second dinner. Was he at the first dinner? Yes. And for the second dinner, was Yelena Baturina there? I believe she was at the first dinner. Yeah. What about the? She was at the first dinner. Yes. When we start with we can start with the first dinner. Yeah. Why don't we do that? Why don't we start with the first dinner? Who was at the first dinner? So the first dinner was Karim Mazimov, who's a friend of mine. Unfortunately for him, Karim, Yelena Baturina, Keen Zrikishev. It's revisionist history. I believe Yuri, her husband, was there. I can't, because I see in the emails, but I can't. He didn't make much of an impact because I don't remember. I don't have that like visual, but he very well could have been there. The late Yuri and Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, possibly Eric Sherwin, possibly not. But that was generally it. There might be some others. If you guys have information closer to, I haven't thought about this in a while. Who's Keen Zrikishev? He is a businessman from native Europe of Kazakhstan. And then who is Elena Berberini? She was the CEO, chairman, founder, owner of Intico, which one of the largest or was the largest real estate companies in Russia, Eastern Europe, and she was the wife of Yuri. Last name escapes me right at the second, but uh, Luzhkov? Yeah, that's the mayor of Moscow. When did Joe Biden arrive at the dinner, if you can recall? He arrived somewhere, sometime after he had started, but not. I don't think he had eaten yet, but at some point he arrived. It was dark. And do you remember when he arrived? What he did? Who he talked to? Yeah, he entered the room and shook everybody's hand, and the conversation. Again, I don't want to be. It's important that I'm accurate, and I don't really remember it. I don't not really. I don't remember the conversation. I just remember that he came to dinner and he ate and kind of talked about the world. I guess the weather, and then everybody left. As far as I know, you're probably going to ask, how much time. I wasn't. It wasn't 5 minutes. It wasn't 3 hours. How much time do we have? We're at about an hour. Okay. We're about an hour. So we'll take a 10-minute break for a bathroom, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Off the record. Mr. Archer, off the record. Recess. So then they're gone for a bit. They're gone for a bit. They come back. While they're gone, I need to recollect some thoughts. I know we're only 8 pages different, but whatever. I'm taking another one of these shots of this Basil Hayden's because I don't know if I'm going to do a double on this. I need to do a shot and a half. Kids asleep, baby kept pulling his sister's sleeping mask and snapping at her while she slept. Pretty much with the stuff. That's so funny. Cheers. Yes, shots are needed to keep this going. I'm probably going to run out of booze before I make it to the end. I'm going to actually change the name of the show to Devon Archer Testimony. I'm going to remove the Trump indictment stuff and anything else, the much more, because now that I just don't see myself actually making it any further than this. We'll go back on the record. Before you resume, I just want to clarify something from before the break. Okay. I'll ask the question so that you can get his testimony. So, Mr. Archer, you talked about a meeting with subsequent phone call that occurred in Dubai. Do you recall that? Yes. Oh, right. So, just to clarify, before Hunter Biden made a phone call, was there a reference to making a call to DC? Correct. And afterwards, Vadim told you that they had called DC? Correct. You did not hear that phone call? I did not hear the phone call. Did you ever tell you? Did anyone ever tell you that the call was to Vice President Biden? No, they did not tell me that. Do you know to whom they made the phone call? I don't know who they made the phone call to. So you don't know one way or the other whether it was Vice President Biden. I don't know one way or the other whether it was him, DC. Mendolfo comes back. When Hunter Biden told travel internally, do you know what phones he used or he would use? He would use, I think, generally his iPhone. I don't think he had other phones. The iPhone, no burners. And are you aware he used the same? You got to let him ask all the. You've got to let him ask all the questions. Sorry. Uh, Now you have to. Uh, they have you saying that word first when he was going to ask you about it. I know, but I just have. I've seen it so many times. Are you aware if he used the same phone number that he has now, in this sense that have been referenced in these emails? Is that same phone number? Yes, I'm fair. I could speculate that he used the same phone generally, the same phone number. You didn't see him using a different phone numbers. Uh, I didn't know, to be honest. And what and I want to go back to Dubai during that meeting. Uh-huh. There was a request, as I understand it, to release pressure from Hunter Biden to call DC. I know you understand it, correct? Correct. Where were you when the phone call took place? I was on like an outside deck of the Four Seasons in Dubai, which is kind of on the water next to a pier. Where was Vladimir Hunter Biden at that time? More inland, on another deck. There were. Why were you away from them if you were all there together? I was. Why was I away from? I don't have a. I think I was speaking. I believe I was in a conversation with the manager in the hotel. Did you? Did they ask you to leave at that point? No, they left me. What is up, feral housewife? Good to see you. Clumsy clairvoyance with a gifted membership. That one actually went to Jerry Lass. Awesome. Thank you so much for gifting that. Jerry, don't forget to actually check out that community tab. There's actually a Discord link in there. And then don't forget to show up this weekend when I actually have Shizzy Wiznut for my first guest on my members only stream. Thank you again, Clumsy. I appreciate it so much. And then Vladimir Hunter then left where you were, correct? And that's when you believe the phone call was made, correct? Mr. Greenberg comes into play. This is the Mikhailo Zuzhevsky also accompanied them. Yes. Did you? Did they tell you why they were stepping away? Uh, I, did you? Did they tell? I can't recall. It was more of an organic situation. It was like we're getting up to call. It was is just as we just went over. How long did the phone call take place for? That I can't recall. It wasn't 2 hours and it wasn't 5 minutes. It wasn't 2 hours and it wasn't 5 minutes. You have no recollection that it took maybe a half hour or an hour. You just know that it wasn't an extended amount of time and it wasn't just a really quick little call. You just knew that it was some random time. This guy's ridiculous, and he's a whistleblower. He's the whistleblower that's going to actually, find that they actually were corrupt in doing the stuff that they had been doing. I just seriously, come on, Mr. Archer, do better. So you think the call is longer than 5 minutes? I don't. Well, when you say the call, you mean the time period? The time period? Yeah. that they stepped away from. Yeah, let me clarify. The time period that they stepped away from me was longer than 5 and shorter than an hour, but I just it's a long time ago. But this is information that he needs to know. Mandolfo comes back. How many times would you say that Hunter Biden put his father on a speakerphone or referenced his father being on the phone in front of others who were either foreign investors or foreign nationals? He is soliciting business with or working with approximately. The differentiation between investors and normal course of day, that's a very hard thing to speculate on. But they spoke every day. He acknowledged that they spoke every day, and he would, he would sometimes make it apparent that he spoke to his dad, and sometimes he put him on speaker. But as far as to quantify the number, relative to investors, I don't know. Not necessarily investors, but the people who Hunter Biden was trying to either get business with or make contacts with or add value to. In my 10, it's in my whole partnership, maybe 20 times. And during those 20 times, did Hunter Biden ever place his dad on speakerphone? Yes. And before you had said that they would talk about that, when he was on speakerphone, yes, yes. Where are you? How's the weather? How's the fishing? How's the whatever it may be, whatever. But I was very. How's the fishing? It sounds like you're trying to fish for words, dude. But it was very casual conversation about not the cap tables or financials or anything like that. But the purpose wasn't for Vice President Biden to do cap tables or to break down the different business deals. Would you agree with me that the purpose that Hunter Biden's value add, that what he would bring in part or least to the table of foreign nationals or businesses were to retain him? So you're asking him to speculate about the purpose? I'm asking his opinion, not his speculation. Well, first of all, you haven't asked him if these phone calls occurred when they were not with business associates, when they were not talking to investors. Did he behave differently when he was with his friends? No, that's no. He did not behave differently. He was the same course of action, phone calls. But if I were to just call my dad right now and put him on the speakerphone and we're in a professional business meeting here, would that be odd to you? Would that be odd to me? Yes, that would be odd if you called your dad right now. So there's the time and place when it's professional to do, excuse me, where you're in a personal meeting and you may call your dad or family member if you are with family. But if you're in a professional meeting and you're meeting foreign business leaders or whoever it may be, and you just place your dad on speakerphone on the table, that's a little odd, isn't it? That is a little odd. I mean, it's not odd. I mean, it's quite obvious that we're talking around what we're talking around. So I mean, if they're holding a business meeting and there's people sitting around and the guy goes and he grabs his phone and he goes up and he calls his dad, he puts him on speakerphone and sets the phone down and allows the meeting to continue. Now his dad is part of the meeting. His dad is part of the meeting no matter what. And he can hear everything that's happening in and around this conversation. He can actually speak up and actually speak his opinion to go along with it. But we're going to dip shit around with it and actually ask these ridiculous questions. Yes, his dad was part of the conversation. Yes, his dad was on those phone calls. Yes, his dad had a lot to do with all of the goings on with Burisma and any other when it comes down to it. What's up, Lefty Laws? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. It's really kind of interesting how far they actually go at this to ask these questions of Archer, uh, of really, in my opinion, incompetent of even holding this conversation, because he doesn't even know what to even say. That's a little odd. I mean, it's not odd. I mean, it's quite obvious that we're talking about. So what are we talking about? Are you talking around, or is so? I'd like to get out. What are we talking about here? That I think at the end of the day, part of the delivered is the brand. I mean, it's like anything, if Jamie Dimon's son or any CEO, I think that's what we're talking about, is that their brand being delivered along with the capabilities and reach. Could I ask? I think brand is best way to describe it. Yeah. So a couple questions in regard to that. I appreciate you saying brand. You and I talked about this earlier, and we talked about how the main brand is Joe Biden, not the Biden family, but Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the brand according to what he's actually trying to get at here. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions along that based on what you just said. Sure. Uh, what you just answered. Did you or your partners ever design or discuss that they were going to use political influence to try to raise capital or to further the business? Did you have discussions? Yeah. Did we have discussions? I didn't ask you if you had discussions. I just said, did you or your partners discuss? Says Schwartz. Ever talk about it? Mr. Biggs says. No, we would. How I would characterize that is as we, Mr. Schwartz comes back. He asked you a yes or no question. Did you have discussion with the business partners? Mr. Biggs says, well, let me rephrase, because I think you're not quite getting the essence. So I'll ask the question again, and then you can answer yes or no, and then we can elaborate. And if we want to at that point, okay? Uh-huh. Mr. Biggs says, did you or your partners design or seek to use political influence to help raise capital or further your business? I can answer it with a Big steps in. Yes, of course. Mr. Archer says, we would discuss having, an understanding in DC, and that was a differentiating component of us being able to raise capital. So we would, it wasn't as, specific as, okay, just down to individuals or, the vice president's son. But obviously the brand carried, because we'd say, what gives you a unique advantage to start it up, Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners and Rosemont Realty. And that was just, you're in a competitive environment, but they're trying to raise the capital in various investments initiatives. And you would say, okay, well, we have a DC office. I mean, I think a lot of pretty much every, bank. And did you firm would be the same. I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you short. Yeah, no worries. Did you did you intimate ever that would give you some kind of unique access as you are meeting with clients or businesses? Unique access because of the familiar relationship that Hunter Biden had with his father, and that at that time the vice president. Yeah, again, I think I answered that in the same in before. Yes, we would say we had unique understanding of DC and how it operates and how that, could positively reflect on the terms of our business. So, yes, thank you. Did Hunter Biden ever indicate to you that soliciting Chinese investments was an important to his family, and particularly with reference to his father? Soliciting Chinese investments in what regard? Raising capital for? Yeah. So, like, BHR, we weren't responsible. We didn't have fundraising capacity. We were out. We were dealing sourcing with initial. That's what we're talking about generally. BHR, or I don't have much. I don't have anything. Uh, yeah, I would say BHR. Yeah, so BHR Partners is it was a cross fund, Bohai Sea Industrial Fund, Harvest. They were setting up a private equity fund, and they wanted to go out and buy, basically buy assets outside of China, but did. So we didn't raise capital from the Chinese. Okay. But the crux of the question is, did Hunter Biden ever talk to you about how important the relationship with China was to his family, particularly to his father? No, that not so specifically. No. And did Hunter ever indicate to you that the Chinese anticipated that after his father was out of office, he might join the company with one of their companies has paid advisor? Did he intimidate? Did he intimate that? Uh, did he indicate that you? I don't recall. Not potentially, but potentially. Oh, okay. You don't recall, but it could have been something. You don't recall, but it's not new to you. It's what you're saying. It's not new to me. Thank you. I yield back. Thank you. Thanks for answering my questions. Yeah. How freaking horrible. This conversation is so much trash. It's ridiculous. What is up, MLS Law? Good to see you. Glad you're here. So much nicer over here. Not yelling. Who the fuck was that guy? By the way, this is what it's like reading transcripts. It's horrible when you pick through them. Right? Exactly. There's just so much. Uh, um, oh, so there's some yelling going on at these other places that are out there. Is that what's going on? What's up, Bernie Mac? Good to see you. They're talking about Racket Stream. Okay, yeah, I could assume. I could assume. I really don't know, and I don't think I really seriously want to know. It might not even go back to even try reading that or hearing what they actually had to say. I don't know if I'm really interested at all. So then back to Mr. Pandolfo. Question. Going back to the calls of Hunter Biden, would put a speakerphone with his father and others. Can we describe what the other people would say if you can recall after Hunter Biden did that? Because I'm telling you, just from everyday American, if someone were to put the vice president in the United States on the phone right in front of you, it'd be pretty impressive. Absolutely. And I would think that there would be some sort of a reaction to those people. Yeah, I think everybody remains, cool and calm like it was, and then probably called their friends and family and said that they spoke with him, but the reaction, I don't have any specifics or like people jumping up and giving high fives, but I think it was a signal that very respected and thought was of value. And I want to talk about the value. Going back on this, it would be spring of 2014 Cafe Milano dinner. The spring of 14, yeah, the first one. And since we talked about it before break, if you could recap, can you just say again who was there? Sure. Kenzer Khrushchev, Karim Masimov, Yelena Baturina, possibly Yuri, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and possibly Eric Sherman. The duration of the time that Joe Biden stayed there, you said you couldn't recall, but you do recall whether he had dinner or whether he had dinner. Yeah, I recall that he had dinner. It was regular, not long dinner, but dinner. And so this dinner takes place in spring of 2014, approximately. But then, do you recall getting a wire on February 14th, 2014, from Yelena Baturina for 3.5 million at Rosemont Seneca Thornton to Rosemont Seneca Thornton? Yes, yes. And why I remember that was from the other testimony. Yes. Mr. Schwartz jumps in. Yes. In other words, his memory has been refreshed. He doesn't remember that it happened. Exactly. My memory has been refreshed. Mr. Mandolfo comes back. Um, oh my Lord. Going after Flux. They better not be going after Flux. I like Flux. They leave her alone. So interesting. So everybody knows while you're here, because there's a bunch of people that just came in the room. Saturdays, I got members only streams set up. This Saturday, Shizzy Wisnut. Next Saturday, MLS Law. Saturday after, I got Divinity and Nova joining me. I do have a bunch of other people on the docket that have actually potentially get back to me on when they can try to do such a thing. It should be kind of fun and interesting to see how that goes. There you go, MLS. You get a wrench because I like you. I think you're cool. Flux has been served and retained Gosney. Oh shit. Oh my Lord. Is she on a live chat? Flux is going down. Oh no. You guys, that's so freaking hilarious. Oh, they better leave Flux alone. There's no reason that they need to go after Flux for any reason whatsoever. I'm so glad that when I first got brought into and was told that I was supposedly an Australian lawyer, that I got a hold of Monograph myself and told him to leave me alone, that I wanted nothing to do with anything that he was going after or doing, and he dropped me immediately. He says, all right, I'll leave you alone. I'm so glad I got out of all that shit. Look at my wrench. Yes, you get a wrench. Okay, back to Mr. Mandolfo. Oh my Lord. And also, there were a wire from the company related to Keen's Rikishev and it's in tab 1 for $142,300. Yes, again, I've been refreshed, very familiar. So leading up to the dinner of spring 2014 in Cafe Milano, I'm going to call the RST account. The RSB account had received wires from both Yelena Baturina as well as, Keenz Rikishev. Keenz Rikishev? Yes. This is, let me just explain that so that Yelena Baturina, that was the Intico, had Intico invested. We're really not sure why the 3.5 went to RST. Indico invested close to $120 million with us in Rosemont Realty. So, on that particular wire, there was some commission element. There was two warehouses in Brooklyn. I don't know what the specifics of the wire were, but it was, quite frankly, it was not supposed to go there. But that's where it went. And RST was was set up to be equity shareholder to BHR. So Rosemont Seneca Bohai ends up being the shareholder to BHR, the R, so, but would set up RST with the group called Thornton, which was once a group that introduced us to Bohai. And because we're the regulation to own 30%. So I think RST was an extensive for about 30 days because so there were three partners. RSB, which is well, if that's not a bitch, that freaking sucks. Ah, damn. Internet. And really, seriously, I've never had such an issue with this internet until the last few weeks. The last few weeks have actually turned this internet into trash. Why? Because there's new construction buildings that are going up around here, and that are messing with the internet. They're messing with setting up connections to all these other buildings in the area. And since then, they've actually been fucking with it. They've actually screwed with the internet in the area. It's been throttled hardcore, and it's very annoying. Hello, Sea Swept. Good to see you. Yes, we are here. We didn't go away. What's up, Tweety US News? Good to see you. Good to see you. Everybody, hit that like button as we actually move on with this transcript reading that we're actually going through. It's quite something. It's amazing. Halfway through this statement that was being made, I don't know where it actually cut off. All I seen is my StreamYard actually crash. I'm turning in for the night. All right, MLS Law, you have a good one. Everybody, keep in mind, MLS Law will actually join me for a members only stream in not this weekend, not this Saturday, but next week Saturday. He will be here with me. Be sure that you actually catch with a membership at some point in time if you want to actually catch that particular stream. You don't want to miss it. It should be a good, fun time. Really don't know exactly what we're going to talk about, but we're going to talk about that and actually get that squared out so that we can actually have something to speak with next Saturday. Yes, looking forward to it. Me as well. I'm excited for it, and I'm sure everybody else will be too. Be sure to actually join the Frog Army while you can. MLS Law, thank you so much for becoming a member of that Frog Army. There's a community tab that's out there. There's a community tab that's out there. If you actually check it out, you'll actually see that there's a way to actually get into uh, the pond, the frog pond, and come actually hit up our Discord if you're interested. Again, thank you so much for doing such a thing. Everybody else should maybe think about doing the same, or at least turn on gifts just in case somebody actually does gift another membership. Sounds good, Jerry. You lay back down. Have a good one. So let's see here. Where were we? So, so you know what? Actually, before we do that, I'm going to actually take another shot of this Basil Hayden's that's sitting right here. Because I can. See if I can't make it through the other some 90 pages left. The expert will be with Shizzy. Shizzy Wisnut tomorrow night, Friday night. There's gonna be quite a night. There's a group of us, myself, Shizzy, Madcore, Divinity, as well as Moose, Beautiful, and Divinity. Did I miss anybody? Vicky? There's a bunch of us that do normal Friday night, fun night, game night type style of things, and we actually switch from channel to channel every Friday. Yes, we'll be with Shizzy Wisnut. The week after, we'll be back on this channel. So make sure that you actually check that out tomorrow on Shizzy Wisnut's channel. Yum. No, why would I? I don't know. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, I think Feral Housewife needs to actually listen to it. Go back a few seconds, listen to that again. All right. So so you had this, like, I mean, it's because obviously it's gone over and over that this, like, really, like, it was a mistake because it didn't meet the regulatory hurdles of BHR. This is the Yes, this is this is Archer speaking. Otherwise, you have to register with the equivalent of SEC as a shareholder. So that was a little bit of an anomaly, but the 3.5 was a Rosemont Realty component, and the 118 million, 120 million investment. The T in RST Rosemont Seneca, Thornton. Thornton is Bulger, correct? Yes. And I want to show you Exhibit 6. I've looked over the subpoenaed in Rosemont Seneca Thornton documents, and one of the beneficiaries of Rosemont Seneca Thornton is Rosemont Seneca Partners. And so I just want to see that. Who is the chairman of Rosemont Seneca Partners? Hunter. Is that accurate, or are you just reading this? I was just. His question is, who is the chairman of Rosemont Seneca Partners? Rosemont Seneca Partners, yes, that's accurate. But RST was like kind of a mistake, and at the end of the day, it wasn't a mistake. It was just like a regulatory thing that we just set up mistakenly, basically. We're also traced the money, the 3.5 million that came from Yelena Batrina. and over $2 million of that travels into Rosemont Seneca Bohai. Right. Do you know why $2 million of that is going to Rosemont Seneca Bohai, which was the same account also where Hunter Biden is receiving his money? Uh, so you're going to let him answer this question, but Yelena Petrina is not within the scope of the interview. That's not one of the names that you gave us. It's not. Well, it's one of the wires that I highlighted. But again, the letter which I sent you makes clear that everything is limited by the scope. There's all sorts of stuff that these documents that is in scope and not the scope. The documents are the ones that you might use. I don't know for what purpose you were going to use them. Only you know these questions. But we had negotiated a scope and included very specific people and entities. But Rosemont Seneca, she was not one of them. Thornton was negotiated. So that's why I said I'm not going to stop you from asking this question, but we should move off of Yelena Petrina in part because he's not prepared to testify. So you're going to get less accurate answers. Yeah, I would. The scope, Yelena Petrina, just to get is a total Rosemont Realty. She's a Rosemont Realty. So whether it was like in accounting that was owed or not. Oh, right. His question is, why did the money go to Thornton or to Bohai? Thornton or Bohai? Probably because it was owed. Because you're representing it did? Yeah, I'm not. I can't answer that. But the Rosemont Realty relationship, though he met her once, was it is. He met her. Who is? Hunter. Yes, Yelena once. It was the same Lake Como meeting, but there was no. He was not involved. I think he put the advisory board for a minute, and he was really Rosemont Realty is completely out of this kind of portfolio. One was the Lake Como meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Mandolfo. When was the Lake Como meeting? That was the meeting I referred to earlier. Was probably the May 2014. That was the transition of legal representation of the board member, and I want to turn to tab 1. Sure, and for the record, Keen's Rikishev of Appendix B. There's a wire. An incoming wire from Rosemont Seneca Bohai account for April 22nd, 2014, $442,300. Soon thereafter, there's outgoing wire, which appears to be the next day, to a beneficiary of Schneider Nelson Motor for the exact same amount. What was first off, our understanding that Novoltis Holding PTE Ltd is associated Keen's Rikishev. That's my understanding. Why did Rosemont Seneca Bohai receive this $142,000 payment from Rikishev? It was a car. Whose car? Also, let me clarify. I didn't do the actual banking. So, who did? Sebastian Momtazi and Sebastian. So, like, I wouldn't have sent these wires or received these wires or like pressed go, or he would have some rubber stamp, and do it. Hunter interfaced with him, but I know this is the car. Did Sebastian work with Rosemont? One of, yeah, the Rosemonts. He worked for them, and I don't know. I forget. Do you remember which one? Rosemont Realty, first Rosemont Capital, then transition to Rosemont Realty. What is the purpose of this wire? It was a car. For whose car? For Hunter's car. Was it a Porsche? It gets a little foggy here. I believe it was a Fisker first, and then a Porsche, but it was yes, for an expensive car. For an expensive car, yes, it gets a little yes. Uh, um, and you talked earlier about Keynes Rikishev. Do you know this relationship? And I don't mean familial. I just mean business relationship with Prime Minister Karim Masimov. I do. Do I? Yeah. His relationship. They knew each other. How? Keynes is prominent. He's a prominent businessman in Kazakhstan and Europe. He also is a prominent family, so that Kareem was the prime minister, and therefore they knew each other. And how? And now I'm going to take you back. Sure. To the spring 2014 dinner, where two of the attendees, would you agree with me? One had sent a wire to RSB account for $142,000, and another one of the attendees had sent a wire to RST for 3.5 million. Is that correct? It's not completely correct because RST transfer was part of a much bigger investment program, but the first part is correct. But these are people who you and Hunter Biden are in business with, correct? Correct. Well, the Keynes, no, I mean, I don't think Keynes was pitched. He pitched to Rosemont Realty, but I don't think he never, the only thing that I think ever transacted was a car. Koolfrogg needs hand puppets to fully animate oh my God, that'd be so much fun. I can have so much hilarious fun with that. To actually kind of, as opposed to me like making up voices, I can still make the voices, but I could actually make it be something more. If I had another person with a camera, we could totally have like this whole show. It'd be great. I'd totally do that. I'm down. Grimm's Bar, what is up, brother? Good to see you. Pay no attention to the guy behind the curtain, but 10% for the big guy. Yeah, right. Go figure. Go figure, right? So then this is still um, questions are still the same person. Uh, well, why did he send? And Schwartz comes in, and what is Hunter's connection to Rosemont Realty? Minimal, right? So was he a business with? He's not investors in Rosemont Realty. No, Hunter's put on the board of Rosemont Realty for a very short period of time. Greenberg comes into play. Did Hunter receive a distribution from Rosemont Realty? Was sold. Uh, I believe so. I believe a very low amount of distribution for his tenure as a board advisors, but I don't. I can't confirm it. Was it over $100,000? I don't know, and that could have been associated with capital raised, not equity. Mendolfo comes back. So then, what was the purpose of the Porsche payment? It was that business matter between them being who, Hunter and Keynes. So uh, that's why I clarified the point. Like I wasn't like doing his banking. Hunter was a corporate security at RSB. Or, I'm sorry, secretary of RSB. He had a handshake at 50% ownership, and he conducted, banking businesses with the COO. Uh, so you're telling us here today that you don't know why his expensive car was purchased through Rikishev. No, I don't know why. I'm jealous. No, I'm just kidding. You weren't just kidding. Stop lying to us. We know dang well you weren't just kidding. You wouldn't say it if you weren't actually jealous of the fact that Hunter just picked up a nice, sweet car. Uh, Mr. Mr. Arborist comes into play. Says, "Yeah, just a point clarification. Sure. When 3.5 million comes to Rosemont Seneca Thornton, an entity of beneficiary of Rosemont Seneca Partners, I understand your testimony today is that wire was supposed to go to Rosemont Realty. Uh huh. But it's correct that the money, that 3.5 million, roughly 2.5 million of that, was not wired to Rosemont Realty. It was wired to Rosemont Seneca Bohai, right? If you know, is that I don't know, but if you're saying that is the case, the Rosemont Seneca Bohai, like you just said, was a 50-50 handshake between you and Hunter Biden, right? Correct. Okay. Mendolfo comes back. And to finish up, the spring of 2014 Cafe Milano dinner. Is there anything else you remember about VP Biden saying during that dinner? No, not this is the first dinner. No. Yes. All right. That's not. It says yes. All right. Let's move on to the second dinner. The second dinner. The spring 2015 Cafe Milano. Who was there? That dinner was. I think we went over it before. It was Vadim, Hunter, Joe, myself, Kareem Masimov, a Greek Orthodox priest, maybe some of the World Food Program. And what did Joe do at that dinner? Did he have dinner? How long was he there? He did have dinner. He had dinner. There was on that one. I believe the first one that was like a birthday dinner, and then the second was I think we're supposed to talk about the World Food Program. So there was some talk about that. Mr. Goldman, did you say when you were when the first one was? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. The first dinner, says Schwartz. Oh, the first one is a birthday dinner. When? That was the spring of. Mandolfo says 2014. Archer said 2014. Mr. Goldman, all right. So you can see there's quite a interaction between several different people in this little section here. Yeah, let's just clean that up. Yeah, let's just clean that up. Yeah, okay. I think you said it a second ago that Hunter Biden was a corporate secretary at RSB. Do you know that to be true, or are you recalling a document you've been shown for that fact? I was shown a document after the fact. You don't know the document before. I had not been that document. I had not seen that document before. To your independent knowledge, did Hunter Biden ever have any official position with RSB? Just no, just equity. Handshake equity, handshake equity. Back to Mr. Mendolfo. So you're saying there's no hand. He being Hunter Biden had no position with RSB, Rosemont Seneca Bohai. Right. So Hunter Biden at this time, he has, at least for part of the RSB account, he has an Owasco account. He has other bank accounts. That's the purpose of Hunter Biden receiving all the money into the RSB account. Because if I'm partners with you and we have a split, you have access to the entire account. Right. You would be, I would be, not have access to my money. So why was Hunter Biden not receiving his money on the Owasco account where his name would be affiliated with? I don't have the answer for that. I actually don't know. Well, you answered that in part before. Did you view these payments as personal payments to you and Hunter, or was the revenue for business? But but at the end of the day, that was how we set it up. It was an investment made from it. It's all I see all in here, and it's just kind of happened from there. I don't. That's all that's all I know. Mindolfo comes back. One on the phone call that discussed the Vice President Biden uh, on was the individual by the name of Jonathan Lee. Yes. Who is Jonathan Lee? He's the CEO of BHR. Uh, uh, when was the phone call? I don't recall. Just do you remember the year? I don't. I would before, spring of 2016 and after spring of 2013. Somewhere in between the last 3-ish years, somewhere in there. I really don't know exactly when it happened, but 3 years, give or take. What is Jonathan Lee's role in the company? CEO, and he was also kind of the founder. He left. He was the CEO of Bohai Sea Industrial Fund, and he wanted to go out of find the government private equity fund, and so he had the entrepreneur spirit to come to the States. I actually took him on tour. We met with Blackstone, with I don't know, Apollo, Franklin Templeton, some other large sponsors. And in the meantime, he became Rosemont Realty, got enough scale in, so it's a portfolio that we had. He had a meeting and he was like, well, you guys are over $1 billion or 2 billion in AUM now. Why don't you just be a partner? And that's how it was. I was literally taking him on a road show with with a lot of the other firms that they were going to do JV with, and then he suggested it to me. Actually, here in New York, we're not in New York, but in New York. Why did Hunter Biden put VP Biden on the phone, on the speakerphone with Jonathan Lee at that meeting? You're asking him to speculate. No, I'm asking him to discuss it. Okay. Mr. No. They didn't discuss some answer for, I never had a specific business discussion. He's asking you and Hunter discussed why Hunter put his dad on the phone. No. What were Jonathan Lee, you and Hunter talking about at the time that Hunter Biden put his dad on the phone? Beijing, how great Beijing is Chengdu, whatever city we were in. But some answers, not specifics relative to the business, and just, an expression of hellos, I guess. Do you want to ask your, yeah, says Aborisk. I just have a couple follow-ups. Sure. On BHR. So previously talked about, you kind of went through 30% threshold ownership of the needed for BHR. So I want to take you back to, when did you that 30%, and it was, who were the partners of that 30% on the Thornton American side? Which is who? James Balger and Michael Lynn. Okay. And then who was the other? It was Hunter and myself. Okay. So it was the four of you. Yes. That owned the 30%? Yeah. Okay. And when did you guys get ownership of BHR? That 30% of that we're talking about. Was that the beginning of 2014? That was in the beginning. like January or February of 2014. I kind of got my people kind of mixed up a little bit there. You got to go back for a second. Wow. And that was in, the beginning, like January, February 2014. Yep. Okay. And do you remember how much you all, the four of those partners, initially invested in BHR at the beginning part of 2014? I'm sure it's here, but maybe in $400,000 range, ballpark $420,000. There you go. The later, the the later in 2014, did you invest again? Did the four of you invest again in BHR in 14? Yeah, later in December of 14, where there was another cap. Was there another capital contribution requirement? Registered capital contribution. And how much did the four of you put in December? A lesser of 2014 amount, I believe. Was it 480,000 December of 2014? Does that sound about right? It sounds about right. Okay. So if you added up the total, we're at about $900,000. That the four of you invested, correct, in BHR. Was that the total? And there is additional capital call. Okay, yeah. When was that? It was a couple of years later, like a year later. I don't know. Okay, maybe 2015. Maybe, yep. Okay, and how much? I'm sure it's all right there. I'm sure it's all right there. He doesn't want to even give the direct answers. He doesn't care about giving direct answers. He just wants to sit there and dip shit around it. It's very amazing how much ignorance comes out of this whole ordeal with Archer, who really seriously seems super skittish all the way through the whole thing. Is speaking with knows and I knows, over and over again. What's up, Great Liquor? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Stopping in to smash the like and say hi. Oh, hi. Jared McCoy. So does the left. It is fun. Sure. Questions by Mr. Arborisk. So I think we should give Mr. Arborisk a different voice. See if I can actually kind of remember to actually do another voice. What kind of voice should we just give him a straight up Minnesota voice? Just be like, how much was the capital contribution for? The final, the third one. Yeah, the final one. Let me guess. 3, 4, 5. Don't guess. Mr. Schwartz steps in. I don't want you to guess. I don't know. I guess it's here, but I would say, probably it's probably all, totaled out to $1.5 million from RSB side. Okay. And for that $1.5 million, that was invested in BHR. That got you the four of you. It got you 2 broad seats on BHR, or how many board seats did that get you? That was 2 board seats. Okay, so you sat on the board of BHR. I did. From when to when? I sat on the board at the beginning. I was a vice chairman until I had my legal issues. Okay, so that was early 2014 to mid 2016. I I think, well, it was under, yeah, May 31st, my birthday, May 31st, 2016. Uh, that was not the date that you stepped. Mr. Schwartz just has an issue. He just jumps in there and tries squashing anything that he possibly can. That was the indictment. Down from BHR? No, no. That's the. It wasn't that day. Okay, he knows better. Arborist comes back. Got it. And then did Hunter sit on the board of BHR to to your knowledge? I can't. I just can't. I'm like halfway through this and this is driving me nuts. Oh my lord. Somebody tell me, did Good Logic make it through the whole transcript? Is Good Logic still on? Because I know that he was trying to do it as well. Uh, 16 minutes ago he ended. Did he make it through the whole trans? Does anybody actually know? I'm not. If you don't know, it's fine. When did he sit on the board? I don't know. To my knowledge, oh, when did he sit on the board? I don't know. To my knowledge, I know he was on board for some point, but I don't know if he was before or after. That's a little fuzzy. Was it in 2014 when you sat on the board? Perhaps I don't know the answer to when he was on the board. I'm sure that's easily discoverable. It's okay if you don't remember. Yeah, I just don't remember. Okay. Because I know it was on and off, but he was definitely on the board at some point. When was he on and off? I don't have the answer for that. You're on the board of BHR and don't know why a fellow board member was on or off. I just if you can give me the times that he was on and off, do we know the times? No, no. I'm asking you. When you were on the board in 2014 at BHR, was Hunter on the board? I mean, he's invested in the company with you, right? In 2014. I think initially was the board. Yes. Okay. And I think he stepped off at some point, probably after Schweitzer's book. It's true. Okay. I think it's a Secret Empire. It was Secret Empires. Got it. What that might have been the catalyst. Okay, thanks. Oh no. Mr. Greenberg comes in. I think I gave Mr. Greenberg a voice already, if I'm not mistaken. I just don't remember which one it was. Mind me, was this under oath? Yep. Let's see, Greenberg. You mentioned earlier in the interview that there was pressure coming from all kind of several different angles regarding Mikhail Zlochevsky. Uh-huh. That he was facing, and you mentioned that one of those angles was his difficulty in receiving a visa. Uh, I'm giving you all from the same voice. Correct. Do you know why he was having difficulty receiving a visa? Uh, do you know? I, I don't know. I know he was having difficult receiving a visa. Let's see if I can. I can't do a different voice. I got too many voices going through my head right now. It's really hard. I shouldn't have tried doing a Minnesota voice. I should have stayed away from it. I knew that I should have stayed away from it, but I did it anyway. Um, did anybody speak to you about why? Did anybody speak to you about why he was? No, I don't know what he was very upset about it. And that's an American visa? Uh, Correct. And then he in and the Mexican visa. And a Mexican visa, which is like, reciprocal. So, yeah, he was unable to receive either. Greenberg. Ah. If you can look at Exhibit 10, this is an email from the bottom of Vadman Perzinski, an October 20, 2014, a Devon Archer subject visa update. It says, "Hello, mate. Are there any news? Read the visa issue." And then you wrote the Hunter Biden. Any progress with DHS? Is that correct? Uh, that you read it correctly. Uh, do you have any? Do you remember writing? I don't. I don't remember writing this specifically, but I acknowledge that there was an issue with the visa, and I. But uh, let me ask the question. Yeah. I Schwartz jump in. Let me ask the question. And then doesn't ask a question. Greenberg comes back. What the fuck is this shit? Mm. What was your understanding of Hunter Biden's knowledge and progress with DHS? I, I don't know. I don't know. I know that was never that he never got a visa. Do you know? Do you remember why you thought Hunter Biden was any kind of connection to the Department of Homeland Security? I believe he had a lobbyist that they work with. And do you remember the discussion regarding Hunter Biden with any board member or executive Burisma regarding the visa issue? Yes, it was. Yes, it was Hunter. Did Hunter know about the visa issue? Yes. Yes. And what were those conversations? He got rejected when he had got his visa. Can you guys help with someone? And then they spoke with former DHS lobbied lawyer type person, which the name escapes me, but I'm sure it's somewhere in the laptop. Was one of the people that you spoke with Amos Hochstein? I, I know that name. I feel like it's a different person for this particular issue, but maybe. You've been asked about a lot of names. Do you? Yeah, a lot. Do you remember that? No. Name in connection with the issue. Uh, I remember that name, but not the connection with this. I think it was more there. It was basically like essentially, not essentially. There's lobbyists that the DC team would call for like visa issues. That was the guy that was engaged. Amos Hochstein was a guy who was engaged. Uh, oh no, I don't know if it was Amos Hochstein. That didn't sound familiar. I think it was more or less exotic name. All right. All right. Back to Mr. Mendolfo. Sweet. Let's talk about some of the other times that you interacted with Vice President Biden. Uh-huh. You went to I believe it was the visit Vice President Joe Biden, April of 2014. Why did you go visit with then, if you can recall? It was my son. Uh, I don't know. April of 2014. Can you frame it a little bit more? Well, it would have been around the same time that you had just joined the board of Burisma. You got your payment from Burisma on April 15th of 2014. You're talking about meeting at the White House. Yes. Uh, yeah, yes. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, the I know. The yes meeting, I met with Vice President and the Vice President Biden in office next to the White House. The Vice President's office, like that formal office, and it was I brought my son. I went into we did like went into the armored cars and did some things. Showed him a thick glass, and we this. I mean, I think we have video of that was like on Twitter, but basically we were talking about a paper mache White House project for second or third grade. And then Hunter joined us for some portion. I think the former White House portion of that. And then in spring of 2015, you attended a breakfast at the Naval Observatory where the UN Secretary General was present. No. Do you remember that? No, the UN Secretary General was not present at the breakfast, but it was like a UN related conversation. Who was present? A gentleman named Mark Holtzman, maybe myself, Hunter, and Vice President. And what was discussion about? It was about who was going to be the next UN Secretary General. Uh, uh, why were you involved in that? Because Mark Holtzman was lobbying for Kareem Masimov, uh, but it was obviously that they didn't happen. Uh, did there come a time when you ever met with Prime Minister Kareem Masimov of Kazakhstan? Did I that I ever met? Yes. Yeah, I'm friends with him. I'm a friend of a friend, a good friend. And did you meet with him at Keen's Rikishev at any point? Yes. What was the purpose of that meeting? The purpose of the meeting, well, I was trying to raise capital for Rosemont Realty. Did you have anything to do with Chinese National Offshore Oil Corporation, CNOOC? CNOOC. I mean, that could have that could have come up, but I don't remember specifically. Certainly, never nothing ever materialized from that. The other reason for Mesmov was Burisma Eurasia, because he was the prime minister and Burisma was trying to expand its business. So I leveraged the relationship to introduce him to the country, and new equipment and technology in clean drilling. So that was probably some of the effort, but initially it was the Rosemont Realty pitch. Are you any other? Are there any other dinners with Vice President Biden that we have not discussed that you recall where he was president? If other with other people, I think think of or just me. No, were you uh, where you were present with other people either? Well, I think we have Vietnamese food in Georgetown once, with just Hunter. I don't know. Are there any that I? No, I'm asking. I can't recall right now, but I think that those were like an extent of the. It's been poured over pretty well. What about golfing? Golf? Yes. I think everybody well aware of. I've golfed with Vice President. And who else has been on those golfing trips? Hunter. In one of them, he played with three different people and the owner of the club. Anybody else that was present for those? A lot of Secret Service. Yeah, I don't think anyone else was present on the golfing. Leading up to today's interview, has anyone contacted you regarding And I'm not asking about any communication between you and an attorney outside of your attorney, but you testify here today with the committee in order to try to get you to not testify or to meet with us. You received a lot of anonymous, yeah, threats of whatever. People who know you, I'm sorry, people who you know. How about that? People who you know, people who I know, like from illegal. I mean, that's a lot. No, I it's so many opinions. I wouldn't even be in mind numbing the amount of. He's not asking for your advice. He's asking if you're passing messages to you not to testify on behalf of the family of the administration. Oh no, not directly. Why? What? Indirectly? No, just death threats and my parents' death threats and all that kind of stuff. When was the last time you spoke with Hunter Biden? I had a small signal message exchange when his book was published. I can't put a date in it, but years ago. Where are we at? 82 pages of 141. Um, was this a House hearing? No, this is the Devon Archer behind closed doors meeting that nobody actually got to actually listen to. If it was actually something that was recorded that we could actually listen to, I would have totally done the listen to it and actually, commented on the listen to it as opposed to reading through this gibberish of this guy, Devon Archer, who, can't speak a, sentence without saying, over and over again, It's just amazing. That's what this is, Jared. That's what this is. This is the Devon Archer thing that just so happened to be something that was. Oh, I'm going to finish the bottle off. 82 out of 141. So this is like what they did to Trump. Okay, I got you, fella. No, not what they did to Trump. This is the dealings with Hunter Biden's Burisma and the goings on with that and in and around the big guy, aka Joe Biden. What kind of money? What kind of money was actually pushed in and out of different accounts, different businesses? It seems to be a very large amount of money that was actually used to actually push around funds for them to sit on boards of places like Burisma and other energy companies that they're not close to or even entitled to be at. And then Hunter Biden, as he's sitting in these board meetings, goes ahead and actually calls his dad, aka the vice president at the time, and actually puts him on the table to allow him to actually join in the board meeting, which gives him more quote unquote clout to actually make himself a bigger person uh, in and around these meetings, because Hunter Biden himself isn't worth a shit. They put Trump's recordings all over media, and I understand the context. The reading. I was a private reading. This particular instance is really kind of interesting. Cheers, last shot for the night. We'll see how that actually puts me over. If y'all haven't done so already, haven't realized, This weekend, Shizzy was not. Next weekend, MLS Law. And then the weekend after, I got Divinity and Nova joining me for member exclusive Saturday chats. If you haven't actually joined this channel already, you might want to think about doing so to actually join those. That will be YouTube exclusive member only. So to do that, hit that join button down below, or turn your gifts on to actually receive those gifts if anybody decides to do so. Mr. Mandolfo, did Hunter Biden ever use encrypted apps when he talked with you? Signal? How frequently would you talk on Signal? I mean, quite frankly, in the scope of what we're talking about, that was like I'll post that was like I'll post my issues. So not often, here, here and there. I believe you've mentioned this person before, but who's Eric Sherwin? Eric, he is the for lack of better term, Hunter's kind of COO and Rosemont Seneca advisors, and Seneca before that. I think the lobbying firm before that. Who is Jeffrey Cooper? He was the founder of Aduro Global, which is a firm that Hunter Biden had some equity. When was the first time you talked to Jeff Cooper? Jeff Cooper is a dear friend of mine. And so, when was the last time you talked with him? After April 2016, because Mr. Schwartz has to actually come jump in on that. Mandolfo comes back. I want to get into some documents to see if you have them in your possession, or if you know who may have the documents. Sure. Were there any related to Burisma? Were there any documents created in relation to the board, such as the board minutes related to the board appointments resolution? Notes. Are you aware of any of those documents? I am aware. Are those documents? Do I know where they are? No. Where were they created first? That's my question. Yes. Your answer to the second question is you don't know where they are at the moment. Correct. Do you have any text messages or emails from Burisma Associates or Hunter Biden or any other Biden associate in your possession? No. Where are they? They would be easily found in my discovery from my case. What about related to Rosemont Seneca Partners? Are all of the materials related to Rosemont? Yeah, I don't have, like, as far as documents, I don't have any. I don't have, I barely have email. Is there any? I don't have a computer. Excuse me? I don't have a computer. Is there anyone holding any of your documents that you're aware of at the moment? Alex Partners? What documents are they holding? Sorry, they're retained through counsel, so that's us. So you have documents Boyce Schiller has? You have some documents, but not saying responsive to your specific question. We have some documents. If you go to Exhibit 1, Tab 7, if you go on line item, that's August 26, 2015. Yes, sorry. There's a beneficiary. MFTCG Holding LLC. Biden. $450,000. That what is that? I'm assuming it's an account of Hunter's. You're assuming? Right. I'm assuming MFTCG Holdings is that the account name is. I'm just reading it. It says Biden in that note, or that the actual account. Is this the bank records? This is the record that is created by the bank, and I'm just asking if you know that company. I don't offhand. Who is Rob Walker? Says Greenberg. Rob Walker is another Rosemont Seneca advisor partner. In 2015, Rob Walker used his company, Robinson Walker LLC, to take money from Gabriel Popovici. Do you know who Gabriel Popovici is? Uh, None of this is within scope. Don't answer that. Mr. Biggs comes in. Thank you. Thanks. I don't. I don't know. You're going to think I sound like one note piano, but I've got to keep coming back because I want to make sure that I fully understand. As you call it, you talk to the brand. Okay. Uh huh. I've got to understand the brand if I can, so I can understand all of this. You're in Dubai. You're told that there's pressure coming in from going to make a phone call to DC, and if you understand it right, they excuse themselves to go make this call. Right. In the meantime, one thing that you've said is you worked with some, I think, Blue Star. Is that the name of it? Correct. Blue Star Strategies. um, Blue Star Strategies, I think took care of some of the lobby and internal DC mechanisms. Correct. Okay. And but you've also testified that the Vice President Biden would make phone calls and actually made some went to dinner at Cafe Milano. He might just say, "Hey, how's it going? Take care of my boy." I don't know if he said take care of my boy or not, and I don't know, but he was giving some glad handing types of comments when he'd call in. I think you testified about 20 times that he called in. Is that fair? Is that a question? Did Hunter Biden and his first father speak 20 times in front of Mr. Archer? So in these conference calls, whether it's dinner meeting or a meeting in front of client personnel, is that fair? Uh, that is fair. Okay. So what I'm trying to understand here is you had Blue Star and other DC reps. Uh-huh. You had Vice President Biden. Vice President Biden either attended or made phone calls. But I assume that nobody at Blue Star Strategies is calling in and getting put the conference call and potential clients and business people. Is that a fair assumption? Uh, Not so. No, not necessarily. Blue Star is working very hard on their the so they were very well engaged in Burisma and had a lot of problems. There's a lot of work to do. They had a lot of problems, but they weren't calling big. They weren't being called in to recruit or uh, to recruit. Let him finish the question. Yeah, to recruit to basically be a PR face of your partnership, like Joe Biden was. I disagree. They were brought in and brought in for other meetings. They were brought in to have meetings with State Department people, and they were Blue Star and they had active in the kind of dealings with lower level, government folks. uh, Help advance whatever Burisma was trying to solve for. There was so why aren't so they weren't the brand. They were not the brand. The brand is really Joe Biden. I'm sorry. The brand is really Joe Biden. USDC was the brand. DC. But earlier, your response to me, you said that really the Biden family, and then you got to wasn't anybody else but Joe Biden in context of the Biden family. Right. So that leads to the next question. Did anybody else have a Biden family as part of the Biden brand ever show up at these dinners or phone calls, have phone calls, or was it just the vice president? And not during my tenure. And did Vice President Biden ever call into Burisma board of directors meetings while you were on the board, or Hunter as on the board, or you acknowledge Mr. Archer, not to my knowledge, was on board? I would say no, not to the board, actual board meetings. Then that led me to ask a follow-up question. What do you mean when you say that the actual board meeting, was there some other way he was contacting the Burisma board members? No, not that I know of. Okay. And so I just want to see if I can put a square peg in the round hole again. Sure. Is what I understand you to be testifying to. You don't have a comment about my understanding. What my understanding? Seriously, every single freaking question that's come down the line towards this guy, he's answered different ways. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. What's up, expert? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. I need a Farrell in my life. Do you have any family? Good to see you, brother. Glad you're here. Does anyone actually like dipping dots? Yuck. I mean, who doesn't like ice cream, but Dippin' Dots? That's kind of weird. It's just strange. Not that I wouldn't eat it if it was put in front of my face, as you can tell. Is what I understand is you testified to. You don't have to comment about it. My understanding, but my understanding, you just say I got it all screwed up, and I'm with you. And that's the group of individuals, Blue Star Management, whatever they were working actively, problem solvers, for saying Burisma, right? Right. And on the other hand, you had what was calling DC, and it became a name brand, which we all agree is Joe, Vice President Joe Biden. He's over here, and he's making calls to all kinds of folks, 20 of them that you had mentioned. Fair to say? Mr. Goldman steps in. Who's making calls? That's fair to say. Who's making calls? The vice president made 20 calls. That's what you said. Let's clarify. He did not. Whether it was Joe calling, or Hunter Biden calling, there was a call, and that also is over 10-year partnership. So but he was the brand, face of the brand, not anybody else. Yes, not anybody else in the Biden family. No one else in the Biden family. It was Hunter Biden and him, and not the DC. But do you call them the machine, or the machine manipulators, Blue Star Agency, right? That was not. That was complimentary to the brand. That was operational elements. As you can tell, Archer's actually finally calming down after 88 pages of transcript. He's finally coming down to the point where he's not saying every other word. Sure. You guys have 2 minutes left on the clock. Mr. Schwartz has to jump in, because if Mr. Schwartz doesn't jump in, they have no clue where they're at. Back to you guys. Mindolfo. I just have one question for Jeff Cooper. It falls within, even though it's April 2016, he's a Biden associate. Whether any Biden associate, including Jeff Cooper or anyone from the Biden administration, has communicated in any manner with you regarding the committee's investigation. No. I'm sorry. No. Clark, anything you want to add? You got 1 minute. You don't have to use every last second. Of course, Schwartz has to jump. You don't need every last second. It's not necessary. I call him Dominion. Who do you call Dominion? What's up, Crystal Clear? Good to see you, dear. Good day to you. Good to see you. Clark, anything you want to add? You don't have to use every last second. This may never happen again. This won't happen again, but it's still. It may never happen again. Never say never. That's not in the letter. Thank you. I'll take a break. Mr. Greenberg, you're off the record. Recess. They finally take a second recess, so they've make it through yet another hour. We're on page 89 of 141. Where are we at? We're at 3 hours and 50 minutes. Good Logic only went for 3 hours and 5 minutes. I doubt it that he made it through this whole transcript. There's no way that he read every line of this transcript through and through and actually gave you an actual thorough thought. Examination. Good afternoon, Mr. Archer. Thank you. Before I start my questions, I want to come back to documents. You were shut down on Republicans around the questioning. You were showing various documents that appear to be emails. The major staff is represented. The Republican staff was represented, and they came either from the internet or from hard drive in their possession that they have refused to date to provide the committee Democrats. Mr. Archer, I want to be clear. You are unable to authenticate these emails. Is that correct? I am unable to authenticate. That is correct. You don't have personal memory of recollection that would allow you to determine whether these emails are in fact authentic. I don't have. I don't know if they're authentic. They're kind of a genre of what we talked about. I'd like to start off by coming back to Burisma, which we've talked about a lot. You mentioned during the Republicans' round of questioning that you were invited to come join the board of Burisma by former Polish President Wisniewski. Is that right? Correct. And Wisniewski was a reputation internationally for being a reformer. In Poland? Do you have an understanding of why he joined the board of Burisma? Do I have an understanding? I think I enjoyed the compensation. I think that he also had some. There was some messaging about energy independence from Russia, kind of thing. And was that something that Mr. Wisniewski felt important about? I think so. And that's Burisma's role in being bulwark in behalf of Ukraine against Russia. Right. And is that a pitch that he made to you when he's trying to recruit you to the board of Burisma? Yes. There's been public reporting that the time in recruiting board members, Mr. Zlochevsky The owner of Burisma explained that he wanted his company to adapt to Western standards of transparency. Do you recollect whether that's something Mr. Zosevsky uh, would say? Yes. And can you explain the kind of what expertise you brought to the board of Burisma? So what I brought to the initial engagement was really about around me raising additional, outside capital, possibly debt capital, expansion capital from, European, Western Singapore, U.S. markets, for them too. I think the initial idea was expansion into the US by small US companies, but as things got, hotter, it was by another expand it to other countries that were less sensitive to kind of them. The public, uh, press and what you have in regards to the company. So I think the first was to raise capital. The second one, the second, when capital window kind of closed based on really, based on Hunter joining the board. When the capital window closed, it became okay, Devon, repurpose your efforts on expanding internationally. You guys are funny. You're sitting there telling each other to get the fuck out. I say you should both stay. Everybody just kind of, hang out, argue with each other, fight with each other, however it is that you want to actually do such a thing. If you do anything though, you go ahead, you hit that like button, hit that like button before you do anything. That way, you know that you actually did like what you're actually seeing and hearing tonight. Don't forget to come back Saturday as I have a members only stream with Shizzy Wiznut. Next week, MLS Law. A week after is going to be Divinity and Nova. And anybody else that's actually listened that hasn't heard that, make sure that you pick up a membership to actually catch those. Those are member only streams. And of course, you just never know who's going to be the next, because people hear that there's member only streams and that they get to actually join in conversations with the likeness of me. You just never know who's going to be like, hey, wait a minute, do I get a Saturday? Can I have a Saturday? You just never know. You never know who's going to be next. And you explained that you had background in finance and private equity. Uh-huh. In Asia? I did, yeah. I started in Asia. It- So, is it fair to say you had a lot of business connections? Yes, throughout Asia, globally, but particularly in Asia, yes. And do you remember talking to Burisma or Hunter Biden? Yes. And what? Just in general? And what was your and were your conversation with Hunter Biden being about joining Burisma, about doing work with Burisma? I don't recall directly. I don't know. It started under the guise of legal representation and evolved outside of it was my purview, but outside of my direction about board membership. And by that, you mean at the time Hunter Biden was the counsel at the law firm Boyce Schiller. Is that right? That is correct. And is it fair that you talked to Hunter Biden about corporate governance issues that Burisma was facing? Yes. And is it fair that you thought that he had the firm of Boyce Schiller might be able to help Burisma with that? Yes. Is that something that we went so far as commissioned a report where initial reading was like Crowell report. Uh, then we commissioned a report from Nardolo, which still sits in my office. It's about 10 binders wide. It, to dig into the governance and vision forward and set ground rules and all the kind of stuff. So yeah, it was we were very active. That took quite some time. Goldman steps in, and Hunter Biden, was involved in that process. Yes, and redacted comes into play. Redacted says, and boy Schiller, were we on counsel of the international law firm with you now? That's right. No, I'm just kidding. What? You're gonna sit there and crack jokes when redacted's actually talking to you? How are you functioning properly right now? I'm kind of surprised that they allowed the jokes to even happen, because you have to be serious at these things. They told you that you can't speculate and you have to actually only speak the truth. Redacted says, in an international law, a law firm from very good reputation. Is that fair? He's he'll stipulate it's the greatest law firm ever, says Schwartz. That's great. Redacted comes back, and Mr. Biden, who is the attorney for the law firm, is it fair to say that he had some expertise in issues to cooperate or to of corporate governance from a legal perspective? Yep, yes. I want to turn to Goldman steps in just on that subject. You said you met Hunter Biden on one of the conventions and then were reconnected to him through the mutual friend, Chris Haynes, in around 2008. No, was Mark Lopresti. Mark Lopresti, okay. Yeah, so would have met with Chris Haynes in the convention. I see. And then the attorney Lopresti introduced us, Mark Lopresti. At that time, what did you know Hunter Biden's profession to be? Well, he introduced himself as, uh, he was a DC advisory business that he had. He was going to have to leave lobbying, or he left lobbying, I forget at the time, and shifted to lobbying to advisory. And that he was obviously he was interested in private equity. So he was, why don't we combine forces and blah, blah, blah. You said intentionally that there were some rumblings that you overlapped at Yale. At Yale? Yeah. Where was he? Where was he at Yale? He was was at law school, I guess. So he graduated from Yale Law School. He graduated from Yale Law School. Two of the years he was, I think he transferred from somewhere, but 2 of the years he was there and lived very very close to me. Okay, so by the mid 2000s teens, he was counsel at the Boy Schiller after having a career in lobbying, advising, consulting, and some business ventures. Yes, some business ventures, but yeah, it was all legal. And I think he worked for a credit company as well. Redacted steps in. And we talked about President Biden Kwasny felt that Burisma had a role to play helping bulwark against Russia. Let's give him a really nice voice for you, because we have no clue what his last name is. We could just assume. And uh-huh. Which is being aggressive toward Ukraine at the time. Is it fair to say that Hunter Biden kind of shared that thought? He was quoted, for example, as the press is saying that helping out a domestic Ukrainian gas producer was a bulwark against Russian aggression. Seems like it was the side of angels. I'm sorry, angels. right? I think it was a belief. Uh, So, is it fair to say that there is some kind of idealistic fiber in Hunter Biden's interest in Burisma in part? In part, I want to turn to Exhibit 2, which is one of the exhibits your council had Republican committee Republicans agreed to as one of the exhibits in his T1. I want to turn to page 2.8 and Burisma was an opportunity here to play a hero. If it ignores the artificial market value of their product and plays a national interest, and so is that kind of a continuation of that theme of Burisma role in Ukraine's energy independence? Uh, I don't really understand the comment. Opportunity here to play hero. If it ignores the artificial market value of the product, I think I think above it says there would be enormous pressure in Burisma to lower prices in international goods. I see, I see. Uh, it's okay, you don't understand. Schwartz always just jumps in. Yeah, I don't know what that means. And Archer always agrees with Schwartz on everything that he actually says. He just immediately he's like, "Oh yeah, uh huh." I'd like you to point to point 16. Uh huh. Where's the email? It says he can't actually be a real value here. Developing relationships, bringing U.S. expertise to the company, supplying strategic advance in politics and geopolitical risk assessment. Do you see the sentence? Yep. Do you coincide with the recollection of the value that Hunter Biden felt he could add to firm Burisma? Uh, that that is, I felt like it was. Yeah, I think collectively we probably felt that. Goldman, a Burisma as well. Back to Archer. Yeah, I think that's kind of the spirit of it. I want to point you now to point 20 of this email. Uh-huh. Where it says at the end they, and I believe they is reference to Burisma here. N- Need to know in no certain terms that we will not uh, and cannot intervene directly in domestic policy, and that we need to abide to FARA and any other U.S. laws the strictest sense across the board. Do you see the sentence? I do. Do you understand FARA is to be referenced to Foreign Agents Register Act? I do. You're asking him some current understanding. Schwartz is fucking hilarious. Yes, understanding, yes. At this time, I don't think I was familiar with FARA, but yes, I am very aware of it. Is it your understanding that Hunter Biden felt that it was important that this role, in this role with Burisma, he comply with U.S. law? Did he? Did I? Yes. I could speculate that he would think yes. Based on your interactions with him, I don't think he is looking to break any laws. Well, on this, does this refresh the recollection, this email, as to whether or not you heard him say that you're either in writing or verbally as you look at this document? Yes, yes, he was very, he was cognizant of his name and his brand, and would talk about it. Yeah. This doesn't talk about the name or the brand. This is just talks about his making sure that the Burisma understands. Uh, yes. Exactly. Now, this is a preschool conversation. It's really ridiculous how far they've actually gone with this and why they continue. We're on like page 98 of 140. Got some 50 some. Okay, 42 pages to go. We're at over 4 hours. Exactly, Jared McCoy. It's just a slap in the face. We're not getting anywhere with any of this. All of it's just bullshit. They're throwing stupid questions at him like they're gonna actually make anybody understand a damn thing. I don't understand how anybody gets any kind of context out of this whatsoever, no matter how hard we try. And that's why I made up voices for it, because I'm like, if I don't make up voices for it, what's the point? We got to have some fun. And I believe that's what's actually kept everybody around, was me actually doing the voices. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is what it is. Finally, I got him to sleep. Awesome, Jerry. Good to see. Every time I get up, he woke up crying. I made a dad shape pillows. That's so good. That's the best way to do it. God, do not disturb him so much. Now I want to cuddle a big man too. You know, as far as that goes, Tadpole, for the first uh, 2.5 years of his life, would not fall asleep unless he was with me. He needed to be held and rocked to sleep. Didn't matter what time of the night that it was, for him to go to sleep, it was with me. He needed to be held. And, one of those things when you hold a kid, you kind of have the tendency to kind of sway back and forth. That was the only way that I could get him to sleep. And to, have him actually grow out of that was actually kind of fun, but at the same time was kind of sad to actually have it be that he was to the point that he actually moved past it. He actually moved past it. And I remember the one day looking at my dad as I'm doing such a thing and he's falling asleep finally, to actually look at me and be like, really? You do this every night? I'm like, yes, every single night. Because that's what actually it helps him. I said, would you not want to have somebody actually hold you and put you to sleep every night? And of course, he just kind of flipped the lid and he kind of like, whatever. It's like, well, no, it's not whatever. The kid's 2 years old. Of course, that's what he wants. He wants to be held. He wants to be safe. He wants to be comfortable. And if that's what it takes for him to be safe and comfortable, that's what it takes. I'm glad that you're actually that wonderful dad that you deserve to be. So where are we at? 4 hours, 12 minutes. So before I move on, if I move on, let's do, because there's 12 of you sitting here, let's do a little poll. Let's do a little poll. Let's see what everybody thinks. Let's see what everybody thinks. Oh, come on. No. Come on. No, don't. Ask the community, yes or no. Should I continue? Come on, I hit the ask. Ask community. Okay. There's the poll. Should I continue? We're on page 98 of 141. let's do the poll. All 12 of you that are here, 11, all 11 of you, hit the poll. You can't do a poll on the Rumble side. 7 watching. Everybody hit yes or no, and let me know how you think I should actually continue with the night. If I should continue, or if I should just actually call it a night and call it good. I think most of us kind of get the gist of it, that Archer really seriously isn't doing a damn thing. Everything that he's saying isn't really seriously anything special. There's nothing that's coming out of this that's actually going to the point of being oh my god, he's actually just went ahead and he actually just made it sound like Joe Biden's gone too far, done too much. I really seriously, I mean, and we'll leave it to the poll. We'll leave it to the poll. If you haven't actually gone ahead and hit the poll up, hit that poll. Don't leave. Don't leave. I didn't say leave yet because we're not done. We're not done. We'll leave you with something before we actually go. We'll try to anyway. I think most of the night was fairly disturbing of everything else that I actually had. I did have several tabs open, but I knew I wasn't going to make it after I actually started doing this. We're pretty much at this, halfway through page 98. So, less than 40 pages to go, which would probably be, I don't know, probably another hour-ish if we actually did stay. I want to know your opinions and your thoughts on this. This is 3 votes. 2 are saying yes, 1 saying no. Come on, everybody else, hit that poll up real quick. Let's push the point. Let's make it a thing. I know you got to give you a 30-second delay to actually start thinking, oh yeah, I got to go hit this poll up real quick. It's okay. Go hit the poll. I don't want to end the poll with 3 votes. Let's get at least 5 or 6 people, if not 8 people in there to actually hit that vote. Let's go. Come on. Hit the poll. Hit the poll. Come on. You're not all sleeping. There's no way that you all fell asleep. You have to have been having fun and actually laughing along with me, because it was hilarious on all the voices that I was trying to come up with this. I was trying to actually make it fun, as opposed to actually just talking in a regular voice. Not that my regular voice wasn't good enough, because I used my regular voice for one particular person. I did. I'll let y'all speculate on who that was. If you haven't done so already, I say sleep and relax. I mean, hit the poll if you haven't done so. Okay, so there's a 75%, so 4 votes. 3 are for yes, 1 for no. If I ended the poll right now, we're going to continue. We're going to continue, and we're going to actually push on to try completing these last 40 pages. I will continue if I have to end the poll right now. I was having fun till you mods were hitting on each other and trying to have Netflix and chill. Mods were hitting on each other, asking for Netflix and chill, huh? I mean, I guess if that's what they really want to do, if they really feel it necessary to Netflix and chill. If you haven't done so already, go down below, hit the join button, and at least enable gifts. If you can't afford to do so, I understand. There's a couple things that come along with that option of actually joining this channel. One, you become a member of the Frog Army, which gives you the abilities to actually join the Discord. I do not yeet you if you can't actually afford to continue to pay it. I only yeet you if you actually bring drama, and we don't like the drama that you actually bring. 2, members only streams that happen on Saturday nights. Saturday nights will be members only streams. So like this weekend, this Saturday, Shizzy Wiznut. Next Saturday, MLS Law. And the Saturday after that, I have Divinity and Nova joining me. So, and I got plenty of other people down the row that are willing to potentially join me for these Saturday night streams for members only. Ooh, and I might have another one on the line. That's fun. Oh, that's so fun. You might like that one. I'm gonna actually message this guy back right now to let him know because he's like, "What time do you do Saturdays?" That's awesome. Hell yeah, that's Tug. That's Tug. That could be very fun. Wow, I'm only a sub. There's a way to actually turn those on to actually make it keep going. 5 votes, 80% say yes, continue. Oh no. Anybody else have any thoughts on this that we're gonna actually go hit that poll up before we actually continue? Because if we go off of these 5 votes, I'm only gonna go for another moment. I'm not gonna continue because I have to actually push this through. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. I've delayed here for about 8. We'll go to 4 hours and 21. So you got about 40 seconds to hit that up. There's you go, 7 votes. Oh, it's still at 5 votes. That was 7 minutes ago. Okay, I see it. I see it. I mean, again, 30 seconds. 30 seconds to hit the poll. We're going to continue. Anybody that doesn't want me to continue, go hit that no button. You better hurry up. You better hurry up, fellas. We're going to continue. We're going to push through and we're going to actually hit the end of we're going to keep going. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. And that's why I asked you all and what you actually thought. Again, if you haven't done so, please hit the like button. Just share this out to your friends and let your friends know where you like to hang out and create more of a conversation. Where are we at? Oh, there it is. All right, we're gonna actually end the poll, and we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. All right, here we go. Okay, so Mr. Goldman says the scope of what we can and cannot do, and that we cannot intervene directly with domestic policymakers and need to abide by the FAR and any other U.S. laws that in the strictest sense across the board. Was that your understanding of both his approach and Burisma's understanding as well? I would say I would say yes to the first part of the question. The first part of the statement, yes. I think Burisma is constantly looking for more, and it kind of speaks a little bit of that other email that we used to exhibit earlier, where it's like we're going to issue my dad's thing and take credit for it. There was an element that he was always trying to avoid, that about the same time trying to prove value. So there's an element of like signals. Redacted says, oh, well, we return to that. Mr. Schwartz, your reference to the name of the brand, what you mean is you had scrupulous about not violating the law because that would, right? That's why I referred to the brand. I reflected this. Reflect on the name of the brand. All right. So when you were talking about the name of the brand, that's because of that. Because of that, it was your understanding that he was even more fastidious about following the law. Right. Because of your name and the brand? Yes. Is your as you describe it, it was constant push pull in that regard, because Burisma wanted him. People always wanted more. Burisma wanted him to do more, right? With his connections, correct. And Hunter Biden understood that he could not do that, but he was trying to balance it, and prove value to the company that expected him to do things that, right, he was comfortable at doing, right. Redacted comes in. And so, as a Biden, it was important for him to follow the law. Is that fair? That's fair. On point 17 of the same email, the previous page, it was BSF, which I'm assuming this redacted is a different than the last redacted, because there's like three people that were redacted. So, we'll just give it another voice. On point 17 of the same email, the previous page, it says BSF, which I believe is reference to Boyce Schiller Flexner. You actually have direct discussions as state energy and NSC. You can devise the media plan and arrange legal protections and mitigate U.S. domestic negative press regarding the current leadership if you need be. Is your understanding that Hunter Biden's plan, in order to make sure he followed the law, was to hire a different partner to Boyce Schiller to take care of these discussions with U.S. and government entities? Yeah, that happened. And so, was the idea that hiring Kind in the firm, that mission would help ensure that actions on behalf of Burisma stayed in compliance with the law? Uh, that's the intent, yes. And in addition to, just to be clear, when it talks about Boyce Schiller doing that, he's talking about a different partner in Boyce Schiller, not him, right? Right. And in addition to bringing the Boyce Schiller to do that, is it also fair that at some point a different, I think you called it lobbying group, the Blue Star Group, was brought in to handle interactions with U.S. government officials? Correct. And then you talked about Exhibit 10, which which is the email about any progress with DHS. Uh-huh. I think you mentioned that there was another lobbyist who was brought to deal with the visa issue. Yes. I think you said it was actually an unsuccessful, and Mr. Yeah, yes, never. Zuchevsky never got his visa. Correct. It was a lot of work, like on that. Never happened. So, is it fair to say that Hunter Biden helped bring a group of government affairs and lobbyist experts to handle the interactions with U.S. government agencies? Yes, that's fair to say. And so, I think you referenced the DC team. Uh huh. Is it fair to say that there's a whole DC team that handled public affairs on behalf of Burisma? Yes. And that DC team was firms with Boyce Schiller, Blue Star Group, this lobbyist who was brought in to do DHS issues. Is that fair? Fair. That's not Joe Biden. No, that's not the DC team. You mean Joe Biden's not DC team? Right. So, redacted comes back. So it may be a different redacted, but we don't know which redacted it really is. So Congress, particularly Republicans in Congress, have been talking about Burisma for a long time. Uh huh. And so forgive me, but I want to bring up 2020. In 2020, going back a few years, the Senate Committee of Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and Senate Finance Committee, which were under Chairman Johnson and Chairman Grassley, Republican chairman conducted an extensive investigation in an effort to show some connection between Hunter Biden's work on behalf of Burisma and then Vice President Biden's role to carry out official U.S. policies on Ukraine. As part of the investigation, There were 46 subpoenas issued, 50 hours of transcribed interviews, and 10 witnesses, reviews of tens of thousands of pages of documents over the course of the year-long investigation. Uh-huh. At the conclusion of the investigation, Senate minority staff issued a report summarizing the findings, and I'd like to read those to you. Every witness interviewed in the investigation testified that Vice President Biden did not alter United States foreign policy to benefit his son, Hunter Biden, and that Hunter Biden's presence on the board of Ukrainian gas company Burisma had no effect on U.S. foreign policy. Every witness stated that Hunter Biden and his associates had no role in the formulation of U.S. policy, that Hunter Biden's role did not influence U.S. foreign policy decisions, and that Vice President Biden carried out U.S. foreign policy in interest of the United States. The investigation's evidence set forth in the minority report confirms there was no corruption, wrongdoing, impropriety on the part of the vice president. Having read that to you, I have a few questions for you based on your own knowledge and experience. So, based on their own knowledge and experience, your relationship with Hunter Biden, your time with Burisma's board, and the entirety of your knowledge and experience, do you have any basis to disagree with the conclusion that, quote, Vice President Biden did not alter U.S. foreign policy to benefit his son Hunter Biden? I have no basis to know if he altered. I have no basis to know if he altered policy to benefit his son. So you have no knowledge. You have no knowledge. Sorry. Absolutely zero knowledge whatsoever about any of it. He has no clue what the hell is going on. He's oblivious. Oblivious and knows absolutely nothing. He's just a whistleblower. Huh? How do you know nothing and become a whistleblower? Yep, Ukraine war is just a big coincidence. We're doing the bill. Where did the billions go? Gee, I wonder, Jerry. I wonder. Right back into FTX and in through DNC, back to Joe Biden's back pocket. For him, yes, I have no knowledge. Altering U.S. policy to benefit his son, I have no knowledge. You do have any basis to disagree with the conclusion that Hunter Biden's presence on the board of Ukraine gas company Burisma had no effect on U.S. foreign policy? Not directly. You mean like making laws? I don't think so. Foreign policy? No. No foreign policy. Redacted comes back, or maybe it's a new redacted. We have no clue. No basis to disagree with the conclusion? No. Do you have any basis to disagree with the conclusion that Hunter Biden's role did not influence U.S. foreign policy decisions? I have. Yeah, I have no basis. Do you have any basis to disagree with the conclusion that Vice President Biden carried out U.S. foreign policy in the interest of the United States? I have no basis to judge or to disagree with that or disagree. You have no knowledge. Nothing based on the knowledge or experience contradicts this conclusion. No. Does anything in your knowledge or experience contradict the conclusion that there's no corruption, wrongdoing, or impropriety on the part of Vice President Biden? I have no basis to know. The report you also found, quote, no. Mr. Goldman, I'm sorry, you have no basis to know, or is that a no? I have no idea. So, no basis? Are you aware of wrongdoing by Vice President? Are you aware of wrongdoing by Vice President Biden? No, I'm not aware of any. So, based on the knowledge and experience, You have no evidence that would contradict any of these conclusions I just read. No. The report also found, quote, no evidence that any actions of the U.S. government or any U.S. official was taken to benefit Burisma or Hunter Biden. Do you have any evidence or knowledge that contradicts this conclusion? No. So, based on everything you saw, heard, observed, did you have any knowledge of Joe Biden having any involvement with Burisma or any direct involvement with Burisma? No. No direct, no. No involvement of Joe? No. Biden with Burisma? No. My only thought was that I think Burisma would have gone out of business if it didn't have the brand attached to it. That's my like only honest opinion. But I have no basis for any. Never heard of any conversations. This guy's absolutely brought us absolutely zero fucking anything. But we're gonna sit there and we're gonna actually bring him in as being something and make it just be, oh well, I want to hear what happened with Devon Archer. I want recorded footage of this goddamn instance. Fuck these redacted people and who they are. I want to know who they are. I want to know all of it. I want to hear the exact conversation because there's no way in hell that this guy that knows absolutely nothing is going to actually bring something out of this. But I have no basis or any. I've heard of the conversation, but that's different than Joe Biden's action, right? You're just talking about what Hunter was on the board, right? And I think that's why, and so it was able to survive for as long as it did, because additional capital or just because of the brand. Or by additional capital or just because of the brand. Well, I don't understand. How does that have an impact? Well, the capabilities to navigate DC, that they were able to, basically be the news cycle. And I think that they preserve them for, from a longevity standpoint. That's like my honest, that's like really what that's like how I think holistically. But how would that work? Because people would be intimidated to mess with them. In what way? Legally? Oh, uh-huh. So on the line of questioning, I have no like proof. I have no nothing. Let's talk about legally. I think just pivot to that because you had some earlier that I believe the direct quote was that Burisma felt like they had Shokin under control. Correct. What did you mean by that? That was like that was narrative that was told to me by various of DC team that the firing of Shokin was bad for Burisma because he was under control. What did you understand under control to mean? Meaning that they were going to maybe give a slap on the wrist as opposed to, okay, seize all assets because there's a lot of characterization by the Republicans in the first part about the Ukrainian investigation. Uh-huh. But you're not actually aware of the investigation by the prosecutor general in Ukraine into Burisma, which is different from the British investigation. Right. The British investigation is aware of, I think in the early stage, like the visa and the British, I was made aware of, and then it kind of I had other responsibilities and I was less informed as they moved forward, and Blue Star kind of was more involved. Was taken over on that. Yeah. On the angle of things. I was like the FYI at first, and then I became Less FYI, as time progressed, just like this freaking interview. Uh, so was it Shokin who ultimately removed from office? Right. Was that a bad thing for the Brisbane leaders? Felt like that would be bad for them. That was what I was told. Okay, maybe go to the not by Brisbane leaders. Exactly, not by Brisbane leaders. I was told by DC team. Got it. So there are a lot of talk about December 2015 phone call that you made. Uh-huh. So I want to kind of zoom out and kind of take stock at what's going on in that time. Sure. January 2015, is that Zlochevsky's assets in the UK were unfrozen? Uh-huh. Do you remember that? Yes. And it was widely reported that it was because of lack of cooperation from the Ukrainian prosecutor's office. Correct. And so this goes in the idea of Shokin, who was prosecutor general in 2015, was good for Burisma. Uh-huh. Is that fair? Uh, Now, Vice President Biden was vocal about concerns of the corruption in the Prosecutor General's office in Ukraine during the time period, correct? And called for the removal of Shokin from office. Is that correct? Yes, that's very well publicized. Very well publicized. We've actually seen this video several times. It's actually been produced over and over on this channel, where we've actually listened to Joe Biden actually say that Shokin needed to go. Otherwise, they didn't get the $1 billion. It is something that we've covered several times. Okay, so the Senate Minority Report, which is referenced earlier, describes how Vice President's public calls on the Ukrainian government to remove Shokin as Prosecutor General was part of the anti-corruption policy in U.S. government, with broad bipartisan support, as well as support from allies at international institutions like the EU and the International Monetary Fund. Do you agree with the conclusion? Can you repeat that? That was too many. Sorry, can you repeat that? He just asked you a legit question. You couldn't even freaking answer him. Yeah, the vice president calls for the removal of Shokin was part of the board of bipartisan international anti-corruption effort in Ukraine. Yes, I believe that was part of the conversation, but it was bad for Burisma. That was the perception of Burisma because of the Shokin under the control. No, Burisma never informed me of that. I just was that's what was I told, that it was a bad for Burisma, but I don't know. I don't know if it was good or bad. Told you by the DC team. Yeah, by the DC team. But you know the funds were of unfrozen. I don't know that. Yes, because lack of cooperation. Oh, you can finish sentences, but you can't answer questions. Wonderful, great. Cooperation with the Ukrainian prosecutor. Yes. So if you heard that DC team and then you thought about understanding what happened to those funds, your own personal knowledge was consistent with what you were hearing, right, from the DC team, right? Redacted. And the same minority let's see, where am I? And the same minority report noted that State Department officials interviewed this investigation explained that Shokin did not pursue corruption investigations into Burisma's owners, effectively shielding the owner of prosecution, and that removing Shokin made an investigation into Burisma more or not less likely. It sounded like it was in accordance with. Uh-huh. Your general understanding of what was going on at the time. But quickly after, where all the assets were seized, Zlochevsky, and he said to leave Ukraine. But so, do you have any basis to believe that Vice President Biden's call for Shokin's removal was driven by anything other than the U.S. government's anti-corruption policy in Ukraine? Yeah, I have no other. I have no proof or thought that he fired him for that reason. You have no reason to believe otherwise. I have no reason to believe. And you think going back to call in Dubai on December 2015, you explained that Zochevsky and Vadim left? Uh-huh. To go make a call? Uh-huh. That you did not hear? Is that right? Right. And I think you described that you were told that the call was a call to DC. Correct. But you don't know to who that was? I don't know. You don't know whether it was to DC team that he talked about earlier. I don't know. I also okay. I want to ask you now about the FBI Form 1023. Uh-huh. The Chairman Coomer and Senator Grassley recently made public on July 20th. Right. Do you have you seen that form? Yeah. It is it your understanding that the form an FBI confidential human source is reporting years after the fact the statements supposedly made by executives at Burisma, including Mikhail Zlochevsky? Yes, that's what is that's what it represents. Yeah, absolutely. In this form, the FBI confidential human source appears to relate to a statement attributed to Mikhail Zlochevsky that says it costs five to pay one Biden and five to another, and mark million in parentheses. Do you remember reading that? I do. I do. Were you ever made aware of Zlochevsky's paying 5 million to two different Bidens? No, I'm not. I would assume he's probably talking about me and Hunter, but I don't know. But I don't know anything about these five. Based on the knowledge, including your work with Burisma's board, your conversation with Hunter Biden, Mikhailo Zlochevsky, and others at Burisma, does this allegation strike you as credible, meaning the allegation that there were two $5 million payments to two Bidens? I think it's the agents explain it's pretty well at the bottom. It's similar to, Hunter Biden taking credit for his dad's visit. It's like sending a signal. So he's bragging to this guy that they paid, there's probably paid $5 million or whatever, 6 million together, so that just to show he's well. There's a lot of, as he explains it, I forget. There's a word in the document. You're guessing. Are you aware of the $5 million payment? No. To one Biden and a 5 million payment to another? No. You ever hear anything about that in that document? What the fucking hell? How can you actually just go off of a document and say, well, that's what I believe? And when they ask you questions, be like, well, I don't really know. I have no clue what is exactly happening. But, redacted comes back. Other than that document, the 5 million and 5 million, I first saw that in the document. And so I think the point you're referring to is that the document, the confidential human source says he cannot opine on the veracity of allegations and notes that it's not unusual for Ukraine business executives to brag or show off. Correct. Is that consistent with your understanding? It's consistent that I was just explaining in both directions. If both were to conclude that this is evidence, this Form 1023 is evidence that Joe Biden has bribed by Mikhailo Zlochevsky, would you disagree with the conclusion? Yeah, I would. So, in talking about Zlochevsky and other Ukrainian businessmen brag, uh-huh, exaggerate, tell fibs, is that fair? Yep, very similar to DC operators. Similar to DC operators, in other sense, it is fair to say that people in DC like to give off the impression of access that they don't necessarily actually deliver on. Yep, correct. And in Ukraine, in Russia, they brag about how much they brag about bigger bribes than they actually give. So it's pretty kind of similar. It's symbiotism. Uh, there. Now, I want to come back to Exhibit 2, which is discussed in point 18, where it says the announcement of my guy's upcoming travels could be characterized as part of evidence and thinking, but what he will say and do is out of hands. In other words, I could be really good. It could be a really good thing, or it can end up creating too great an exception. I need to temper exceptions regarding that visit. Yep. So the extent to remember would to have the have been comment about any upcoming trip of Hunter Biden or then Vice President Joe Biden to Ukraine. Again, we can't authenticate the documents. We don't know what was said. Are you representing this accurately reflects? I'm just asking Mr. Archer recollection of whether there shortly after April 12th, 2014, there was an upcoming visit to Vice President Joe Biden in Ukraine. So your question is chronologically whether there's an upcoming visit to Vice President Biden. Yes. On April 2014? Yes. This is back to my point from earlier. And you, in your knowledge, did Hunter Biden have any role whatsoever in getting his father, the vice president, to visit Ukraine? I have no idea. I have no knowledge. This guy's got absolutely nothing, and he continues to give us absolutely nothing. Good thing we got another 30 pages to go of absolutely nothing. You have no basis to believe that Hunter Biden, no, had any roles in this. I have no basis to believe. In fact, this statement is actually a statement that Hunter Biden says he will say. What he will say to do is out of our hands. Does it accord with your recollection that Hunter Biden had no ability to influence what his father would do or say on official trips to Ukraine? Yeah, I have no basis to understand what his father and his conversation were about in policy in Ukraine. But as you can see, it seems pretty familiar that he can't influence it, but take credit for it. I mean, it's literally the back and forth between the last exhibit and his exhibit that goes on. People send signals, and those signals are basically used in as currency. And that's kind of how a lot of DC operators and foreign tycoons and businessmen work. In other words, it's not that Hunter Biden is influencing U.S. policy. It's that Hunter Biden has falsely given Burisma executives the impression that he had any influence over U.S. policy. I think that's fair. In Exhibit 3, you appears to a quote that Vice President Joe Biden about fighting the cancer of corruption and about the importance of Ukraine reducing its crippling dependence on Russia for supplies of natural gas. Do you see that? Yes. And there's a statement here that seems like it comes from you that says we may we need to make sure that ragtag temporary government in the Ukraine understands the value of Burisma and its very existence. Do you understand the sentiment means? Yes, I think it. I think it was. I was a believer in Burisma at the time. Meaning, you believe that? Yeah, I thought it was going. It was doing something good. It was funny in retrospect in terms of working towards Ukraine's energy independence. Yeah, a fresh company that's doing incredibly well and incredibly efficient in their like capacity of high rate and other stuff. So it was, yeah. And then above that, there's comment that attribute to Hunter Biden that says you should send Vadim, makes it look like we're adding value. Yep, makes it look. Does that mean that he's actually adding value or that he's claiming credit for something that he had no control over? Again, you're accepting it. This as genuine. I'm asking whether common sense interpretation. In common sense interpretation, I'm taking credit for where credit is not due. In other words, Hunter Biden would take credit for his father's actions, even though he had no role or influence in those actions. He would take credit for them despite having no role in them or no influence over them. Yeah. What? Despite having no role in them or influence over them? Yeah. Uh, is it fair? Yeah, I don't know. Based on what you know, based on what I knew, yes. Did Hunter Biden ever tell you I can't get my dad to change US policy? No. Are you aware Hunter Biden ever asking his dad to change foreign policy? No. Are you ever Were you ever privy to any conversations between Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, in which they discussed how? No. Joe Biden would? No. Take official actions on behalf of Hunter Biden? No. So is it fair to say that Hunter Biden was selling the illusion of access to his father? Yes. So when you talk about selling the brand, it's not about selling access to his father. It's about selling illusion of access to his father. Is that fair? Is that fair? I mean, yeah, that is. I think that's almost fair. Almost fair. Why almost fair? Uh, because there's touching points and contact points that I can't deny that happened, but nothing in the material is discussed. But I can't go on record saying that there was communications. You mean, yeah, yeah. Hello, and yeah, there were communications by touch points. You mean Hunter Biden talked about his dad a lot? Is that fair? Is that right? He talked to him every day. Is he was his son, correct? Father and son talked all the time. Uh-huh. In 2015 to spring of 2000 in the spring of 2015, Bo Biden died. Is that right? That's correct. Did the frequency of interactions between Hunter Biden and his father increase after Bo Biden's death? I would say yes. Did Joe Biden regularly check in on his son, who admitted that he had issues with uh, every day drugs and other issues? Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Sorry. In the context of those conversations, do you ever witness this discussion of substance of Hunter Biden's business? No. Can you just stop on the Bo point a minute? Uh-huh. Do you know Bo? I did. Do you recall when his health really started deteriorating? Uh, yes. What impact did that have on Hunter Biden? he was distraught. Definitely a huge impact, and obviously, it cascaded into a relapse, and lasted a long uh, lasted a long time. Yeah, uh, yeah. So you were still a business relationship with him dropping a period when Bo was sick, and then after he died, when Hunter relapsed, right? Yeah, right. And what impact could you see that Bo's death had on Vice President Biden? The wrong brother died. I agree. I agree. Yeah, I think absolutely devastated. The same, the same very similar effect, obviously, about the relapse, but he was, yeah, devastated. So he died. Bo died in the spring of 2015. Do you remember how long it had been really? Sick? Sick. It was the deterioration was quick at the end. Yeah. So there's obviously always a notion that he had gotten his diagnosis, but he was fairly functional, and then it was very quick. Like, you could really see it at the end. So I'm thinking about like summer of so that it was out. Uh, we were out to, the and like last time I saw Bo, what was we had ice cream in Southampton, and the kids, and he was like on his way out, and it was, yeah, it was really sad. And obviously his dad there was, and he was extremely, it was very, very difficult for them. Was the right before he passed away? Yeah. Or was the previous summer? It was like, what month was it? The spring of it was like September. Like, yeah, like Indian summer. So it was probably, I can't remember. 14? Yeah. Uh, 15. May 30th, 2015. 15. Again, agrees with Schwartz at everything he says. Uh, that's when he died, right? Yeah. Uh, you were saying, yeah, it was probably September. Yeah. And so you obviously were spending a fair amount of time with Hunter, where the conversation between Hunter and his father primarily centered at the point around Bo's illness and how they were both coping. Is that, yeah, a lot of logistics in travel from between, his treatment and who is going to be with him that week, and a lot of it. And then after just the grief and the sorrow, yeah, and checking in, is that a lot, yeah, and then the checking in, then I think, yeah, the up tempo of the comms, when it was it was every other day. It became every day from kind of those days forward until it seems like they had a little bit more hiatus, but I was out of the picture by then. Uh, and to your knowledge, none of these times that you had ever overheard Vice President Biden call Hunter was with the purpose of discussing business with him. It was, yeah, it related to the commercial business politics, that kind of stuff. Family politics, geography, fishing, whatever. Uh, but not Hunter's business ventures. Only in particular, yeah, the practical stuff that you'd hear would be politics related. Like, I think his dad really respected, or still respects, his opinion on political things unrelated to whatever. Yeah, business dealings you guys had together. Yeah, I don't think that there's much. He doesn't have much expertise in the world of business. Redacted comes back. Uh, Joe Biden, that is. Right. I want to come back. There's a lot of conversation on the Republicans' hours of questioning about these phone calls. Uh-huh. Around the presence of business partners, right? I think you've discussed the Dubai call. Yes. What you didn't actually. That one I did not he- hear at all. Uh, yes. There was a call in Paris. Uh-huh. And you mentioned a call with Jonathan Lee. Yes. During those calls, let's start with one of the Paris. Sure. Was Joe Biden calling Hunter Biden? Was Hunter Biden calling Joe Biden? I believe in Paris, it was he called Hunter. He called Hunter. Uh-huh. One of the regular kind of check-in calls. Uh-huh. You said he'd call him every day. Yep. And Hunter Biden picked up. Correct. I put him on the speakerphone. Is that correct? Yes. Did Joe Biden know he was on speakerphone? Yes. I would say he knew. I don't have no basis to know, but he would say, he would say hello to, it's great in Paris. And well, there's the weather's this, and everybody would know, and that was over. So Hunter Biden would tell his dad, yeah, he's in Paris. The weather's great. Yeah, he never. There's no ambush in a sense that like Hunter wouldn't just like be like, listen, this is my dad, and he said say hello to, and he would just say the names of the people there. Uh, I don't recall directly, but yeah, something like that. And did you ever have the impression that Joe Biden actually knew who these people were? Or was he just saying hello, kind of at Hunter Biden's invitation? I know sometimes yes, sometimes no, but generally no. Generally, he didn't know these people. Generally, he was very good political, action. So he said, say hello to Louis. Yeah. And Joe Biden would say hello, Louis, without knowing who Louis was. Is that fair? Sometimes, yes. And on the Paris call, because it takes them, uh huh. Uh, was there any discussion of Hunter Biden's business in Paris, that this business meeting that they were having? No. What a bunch of fucking horse shit. I'm going to end this by the 6th hour. I will not go into the hour 6. I will stop it before I hit the end of the next hour. If I don't make it through these next 20 pages, we just don't make it. We just don't make it. The conversation was about weather, the weather niceties, all of that. Any of these, as it goes for any of there's never discussions in cap tables, and that wasn't, that wasn't not a purpose of the call. But beyond cap tables, there wasn't conversation. You need to help me with the business. I have these people, or you need to take action, and these actions and business partners of mine. Correct. That never happened. That never happened. Jonathan Lee, yes. That call was an inbound call, an outbound call to the extent I remember. Yeah, the extent I remember that, I don't know, but I know there was a hello. There was like, they ended up having coffee. I think so. He might have known him. Jonathan, Jonathan Lee, President Biden had coffee. So I might have been like, after they had coffee, he was saying hello. So there was like some familiarity. Uh, where was that? That they had coffee. They had coffee in Beijing. So it was reported that meeting was kind of a handshake. Yeah, meeting in, right, Beijing. Yes, while I wasn't there, so I'm not. I read reporting and heard from Hunter and Jonathan. So I might have been saying, "Oh, I'm with Jonathan Lee again. Remember, we met in Beijing." Although it wasn't fair to say President Biden probably shakes hands with thousands of people over the course of vice presidency, that's fair to say. So, do you have any reason to believe that on that call, Joe Biden actually knew who Jonathan Lee was? I have no basis. And was there any discussion at BHR in Hunter Biden's business with Jonathan Lee? Yeah, no, uh, you mean with Joe Biden was on the phone? No. Was there any? Did you have witness Hunter Biden asking Joe Biden to do something for you, to help BHR or help out Jonathan Lee? A college recommendation. Yeah, she didn't get in. What? She got a college recommendation and she didn't get in? Oh my lord. For who? I think his daughter to Georgetown, it didn't work. It was kind of a non-personalized letter of recommendation. It was a I actually don't remember, but I remember that he had got him a write a recommendation. The daughter, uh, did he take any official action on behalf of BHR? No. Was he ever asked to take the official action on behalf of BHR? No. Is it fair to say that these conversations with Republican colleagues asked you about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden on the phone around business partners, and there's nothing in the conversation beyond the exchange of pleasantries? That is correct. We talked earlier about kind of Hunter Biden liking the project, the image of illusion to access to his father. Was his uh-huhs throughout this whole thing are just super irrelevant to anything. Was it just part of the effort to say, hey, I'm Joe Biden's son and I talk to Joe Biden a lot? I mean, don't speculate about that. About what? Right? I don't want to speculate about what he was thinking, but I think it's just common sense, and it's the brand and the value, and yeah, I don't. But it was about projecting who it was. But in fact, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, it never helped out Joe Biden's. Sorry, scratch that. In fact, Hunter Biden never asked his father to take official actions on behalf of his business partner. No, he did not. He did not ask him to knowledge. I never saw him say do anything in particular business. So irrelevant and ignorant. This freaking whole conversation should be scrapped and trashed. I doubt that this conversation actually happened this way at this point in time. There's no fucking way that this is actually something of relevance that's actually going to make anything happen when it comes to Joe Biden's dealings with Hunter Biden. What the hell is this trash? And you're not aware of Joe Biden ever doing anything to help his son's business? No, I think the calls were that's what it was. And there's no calling to talk about the weather. It was the signal enough to power. So this again about projecting the illusion of access to his father is that right? Correct. And then, we talked during the Republicans' hour of questioning and during the hour of questioning about Hunter Biden's various business ventures with you. And I understand that in December 2020, you received grand jury subpoena as part of Delaware-led investigation to Hunter Biden, the investigation led by U.S. Attorney David Weiss. So where are you going with this? Because anything in this time period is out of scope. I just want to establish that Mr. Archer received a grand jury subpoena, participated in an interview, and answered the questions honestly and fulsomely. He did. He appeared. He answered questions in voluntary proffer and he testified pursuant to immunity order of grand jury. And in that meeting, when he provided testimony, there's people from the Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office, Department of Justice, Tax Division, Department of Justice, National Security Division, the FBI, the IRS. Is that right? Correct. And you answered all the questions that you had for fulsomely and truthfully. Is that right? Yes. As you're doing here today? Yes. Mm-hmm. He's not saying shit. He's doing uh-huhs and yeses to anything and everything that you have to say. And did the question that have you generally cover the same subject areas of the covering here today? Don't get into the subject. Okay. Matter of, I mean, you can't answer that question. Yes. Don't get into the subject matter of your, it was like interviews with law enforcement. Yeah. I was like, I would say 20% overlap. There was a lot of direction, meaning they cover, meaning they covered more. Yeah, it covered more. Then what have we covered here? It was 18 hours, I think. How was the temperature? It was hot too. It was kind of hot. Not as hot as this room. Not as hot as this room. Oh no. I might have felt like that. Felt like it. Yeah. Let's go forward record. I think you're arriving to the yeah. Let's take a quick break. And our first hour. Okay. What the? Okay. First hour. This is like the third hour for them. We're going to past the fifth hour for me. Jesus fucking Christ. And so we'll take a quick break and then pick back up in the finish. Yeah. Ready to go back on the record? Yep. Yep. Before the break, you were asked a question. Wait a minute. Okay, this is Schwartzall asking this. Yeah, Mr. Archer. Before the break, you were asked a question along the lines of: was Hunter Biden selling access to his father, or was he selling appearance of access to his father? Do you recall the question? Yes. My question is: was it that Hunter Biden was creating the appearance to access to his father, or that he was creating the appearance of access to Washington D.C.? It was the overall the appearance of all DC, and part of the perceived value added the ability to navigate Washington, right, and access to various people. And he spent a career in DC and tried and carried the Biden name. So I think that's it. So is the difference that you were trying to draw out here that he actually did have a lot of his own contacts and experience in navigating Washington, D.C., and so that actually something to provide charisma? Yes. And then separately, he was helpful. And then separately, he wanted to also give off the illusion of having access to his father as vice president. Well, don't speculate on what someone else wanted unless two talked about it. Well, I'm just trying to understand why it's making this the only reason to make clarification, because it's the only he has his own experience in lobbying DC connections, his own professional experience. Yeah, but that would say about the relationship and connection and use by the father remains the same, which is never asked by anything of his father, never received anything from his father, and his father was not involved in any of these business dealings, nor making policy based on whatever his son's business dealings were. So if you separate the prelude of the question and the actual question, I think you'll agree to the question. Try it again. So he was giving the impression that he had Mr. Schwartz. It's still true that you're not aware of Hunter Biden ever discussed policy and father discussed the businesses the father influenced American policy or for purpose of business otherwise caused by the vice president asked the vice president to do anything improper, right? That's my understanding. So Hunter Biden did help with Brusna, but the boys Schiller in Blue Star Group and the DHS lobbyists of the whole government affairs and lobbying team in DC is incorrect. That's right. That is correct. That was access to provide them DC public affairs and lobbying groups. Is that correct? That's correct. And then was he had that the statement that the summary with the bring in the charismas included in the explanation correct? Yes, the portfolio to access, but he did not provide a Burisma executive with actual access to his father. The access to his father was an illusion of access to his father. Is that right? Right. The illusion to access to his father, other than socials, because Fatima was at dinner, for instance, so I can't. Right. To say when you're socially said hello, is that what you're referring to? They had dinners together, etc. So it was like I had the beginning. There was never they didn't. They just like when Jamie Dimon comes in to talk about an IPO. He doesn't know the prices of going to be when he dates when the date's going to be. It's just a conversation, and that's never part of it. But the actual tangible assets of portfolio where lobbying in the career in DC. Let me ask you a follow-up. You used the Jamie Dimon analogy, and I think you used it during the majority's time in the question as in reference to your description of the brand. Uh-huh. Just so I can understand, what do you mean by that? That's the let's take the Trump family. Sure. Uh, would you say that Trump family has a brand? Absolutely. And would you say that Donald Trump Jr. gets access? And uh, this is not a scope. He doesn't know anything about the Trump family. Well, do you play golf with Donald Trump? No, I haven't played golf with him. You never played golf with Donald Trump. Oh, I did play behind him. Sorry, scratch that. I played behind him, and then he came up to me in the clubhouse and talked. He didn't know who I was, but I didn't like my athletic sports. This is within the scope. If you're going to bring up Jamie Dimon, then we get to clarify what means by the brand. That's fine. You can ask him that without getting into other people that are outside the scope. So, well, I think you give the little leeway here. And Mr. Schwartz, this is not going to be a criminal case or anything that had nothing to do with the negotiating it. But I do think it's important to provide proper context for when you're talking about the Biden brand. That there's another brand that you just described, which is the Trump brand, and is it you can't start drawing equivalencies between the Biden brand and the Trump brand. Well, I mean, you kind of could if you really wanted to, I guess. I'd like you to let me ask the question. I'd like you to. So this is Goldman. I'd like you to let me ask the question, which is, would you say that Donald Trump's children benefit from the last name being Trump? I would speculate to say yes. I'd leave it at that. You mentioned kind of social dinners. You talked about 2 dinners at Cafe Milano. Uh-huh. I just wanted to go over those quickly. Sure. The second dinner, the one in 2015, that was a dinner about the World Food Program. Is that right? Yes, that is the there was an attendee from the World Food Program. Who is this again? Oh, this is the redacted guy. And Hunter Biden is on the board of the World Food Program USA or something like on those lines. I think so. I think he was along in 2015. He was okay. And Washington Post reported that the dinner, and the reporting was that it was organized and discussed food security issues in connection to Hunter Biden's role as chairman of the World Food Program. Does that sound right? That does. Okay. That's probably where I remember it from. That's probably where I remember it from. And the Washington Post also reported that President Biden made an appearance at this dinner, which is also what you testified to. But the Washington Post reporting that President Biden only spoke with longtime friends, Father Alex Karloutos, a permanent member of the Greek Orthodox Church, at the dinner. Do you coincide with the memory? No. Do you remember? I remember just a regular dinner where their table of conversation and talked about the World Food Program. Probably, I don't recall, but it wasn't. That's not correct reporting. Did Hunter Biden or any business associate talk with the business together in the dinner? No. Was the conversation just the World Food Program and kind of general pleasantries? Again, I don't recall. I don't. It was a long time ago. I don't recall the specific conversation, but I would, like I've said across the board, there's no business deal specific discussed ever to any of these things. But it was nice of you, nice, conversation. They're getting absolutely nothing out of this guy. What the fuck? Page 134. We get this. It's coming. It's getting there. Right, the dinner conversation. And just to be clear, Joe Biden had nothing to do with any other business ventures of Hunter Biden, right? He was. As far as ownership, yeah, or no, investing in anything to your knowledge, not to my knowledge. And in exhibit 260 pages, you didn't see a single wire transfer to Joe Biden, did you? I have not seen a wire transfer to Joe Biden. Give us 1 second. Discussion off records. Gee, I wonder what that discussion was about. Oh, I don't have a question for you. Sure. We can go back on record because of your experience at the beginning of the career working in Asia. Did you have more? Would you say you had more access to the average private equity businessman, working in the United States at that part of the world? Yes. You have greater familiarity? Yes. And this private equity deal with Bohai was used. It was using some Chinese investors' money to source deals outside of China. It was originally intent, yes, and then there was the original intent of the outboard private equity, and then the policy shift, and then there was a small window of privatization. So the Sonopec market and some other privatizations, and then there were those privatizations. Those were like privatizations of divisions of Chinese companies in China. In China, so there was what happened was the capital controls tightened. So the shift of strategy based on policy from China. So they had Chinese policy made it more. Yeah, the CFI US got a lot lighter in the U.S., so it was harder. So those assets were not to be purchased, and then again, like every business deal in a Hunter touched, it was turned into all just went by wayside. What was his involvement with the venture? He was aboard initially. Initially, yes, he was on the board initially, and I think it was the I corrected ourselves, and it was Schweitzer book, but it was I believe it was the Navy issue was when he resigned from the board, uh, and was that around the same time of Bull's death? Yeah, and thereafter, yeah. So he was going through his personal issues as well. Correct. Okay. But originally, it was your entree into China. Is that how? Uh, it was actually Thorn. Well, it was the direct relationship was like, oh, the guys worked with the private equity in Asia, and then some, a mutual partner of Rose. It was called Rosemont Solberry Company Investment Fund. Introduced us to Thornton and said, "Oh, they're thinking about, setting up some of these private equity funds in China. uh, you've got experience in Asia, even though it wasn't the same country. Why don't you go over and meet with them?" And I actually went. I met Jonathan Lee on the first trip, and then that was how. That was like 2008, though. It was like 6 years after that. I think that we ended up kicking it off. Got it. Okay. Yeah, it's actually predated me meeting Hunter. Uh, so then Jonathan relationship was your relationship. Uh-huh. Uh, and so redacted comes back. And just to clarify, there's no entities that they're discussing Republicans' hours of question in Rosemont Capital and Rosemont Realty. Uh-huh. Hunter Biden didn't have ownership stake in those in either of those. He didn't. I definitely not Rosemont Capital. There might be some small. I just have to check. There might have been a small dividend that Rosemont Realty was sold, but it was very low percentage, and probably based on whatever capital was brought into the table, like raised capital, not based on equity. Uh, yeah, not based on equity. And then capital was raised. It didn't involve the funds of Mr. Butarina. No, uh, no, he had no, he had no Butarina. Could I clarify the arrangement you had with Bruce Smith through RSB? Uh huh. So essentially, both you and Hunter Biden had board contract that in return to all the work on the board, you would get paid millions of dollars a year that went to RSB. Uh huh. And then we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting down to the end. We're on page 139. Woo! Uh huh. And then it was split up into three ways. You Hunter and Tri Global. Tri Global, yeah. Why is that with Tri Global? Because they they like were the cap intro and basically initially introduced Lachevsky and the Brisbane team. Uh huh. Uh, early on, and then followed up with that. Followed up in 2014. And so during my tenure, that was the minus any investments or like collective expenses incurred. Right. But the idea was, so the net wasn't necessarily that every month, but theoretically that was like what the share was. Got it. Of that piece. And the reason that it went through RSB is because you had you had this third partner involved, related to Prisma board work you were doing. I, I don't think I could say that. The reason that I went through RSB was it just happened to be like kind of a catch all. Like, you understand, I was running Rosemont Realty was two almost $3 billion fund. I was general partner. We had 400 employees. Like this, though, uh, has gotten more airtime than it really wasn't. I wasn't doing this. You weren't focused on it on a day to day, but I guess I'm just you paid Tri Global cut to RSB. Yes, we did. Yeah, that's all in there. You can find them all. All right. It's probably the different consulting group or whatever they were. Uh, So it's fair to say Brisbane paid money to RSB, and then RSB just dispersed the relative shares to you, Hunter Biden and Tri Global. Yes. All right. I think we're good. Off the record. Whereupon at 3 p.m. the interview was concluded. Holy Jesus. What a bunch of horse shit. Did anybody else get anything out of that at all that they think is relevant to ask any type of question? I'll give you all a couple minutes before I actually do snake out of here. I think my bladder's about ready to explode for what it is. Jeez, man. What a bunch of ridiculous bullshit. It was a whole freaking cobble job of this guy not being able to answer a damn thing. Everything he did answer was with yeses or nos or uh-huhs. He had an awful lot of knows, because apparently, if they knew, they wouldn't be asking the series of questions. Notice not signed or dated. Great liquor system, no. Thus a deposition. Cheers. I seriously, it just floors me. What's the stuff that's on the Durham reports? So much trash. But yeah, witness names and dates are not there, whatever. So not signed, not dated. But this is supposedly the transcript of everything that actually came out of Devon Archer's deposition from the other day. That for whatever reason they wouldn't let us just go and watch. If they would have let us watch it, I may have not even attempted to even do the damn show. I really seriously find this really stupid and retarded to the point when it comes down to it. I don't see how this actually helps the case against Joe Biden in actually showing that he had business deals in and around the country, other than there's a few times where he actually does come out and actually say that, during business meetings, that the big guy was actually called, or the guy. I just really seriously find it ridiculous to actually even think that this is actually something. I'm glad that we did this. I'm glad that we did it. I'm glad that we actually took the 5.5 hours to actually go through all of it. Anybody that hasn't done so already, please hit like buttons, like, share, subscribe, do all that good stuff. If you're over on that Rumble side, hit that follow button. Please hit the thumbs up button. Please. It looks like there's 7 people that had. I mean, a couple more people hitting on that button would actually kind of hopefully rumble this through to a few other people. I did have a little bit of fun with it. I enjoyed actually coming up with different voices for the different people. If I would have known who the redacteds were, I may, and because it looked like there's a redacted after redacted, which kind of changes the. I could have actually tried to change the voice up a little bit more. Towards the end, I was really getting kind of irritated with it, and actually kind of shied away from the point. Again, thank you all so very much for being here. I do appreciate y'all for doing all of that stuff. I'm going to see if I can't redirect this particular stream anywhere. If it allows me to. It doesn't look as so. Like there's nobody live, really? Nobody? Come on now. How can there be nobody live? Clumsy's live. We'll go Clumsy. We'll go Clumsy. All right. We'll go there. Hit that save button. Y'all say hi to Clumsy if you haven't done so already. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button when you get over there. She will appreciate that so much. 698 subscribers. She deserves the subscribers. She does. Again, I appreciate all so much. Love y'all. Later, we'll leave you with one last little bit.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.